Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome to tonight's Order Paper podcast, where we get to catch up where Brooke left off. How's things going today with you and the woke road cone that's had a bit of a shave?
Yeah, we're doing great. We had a great Matariki. I hope everyone else is doing great. I know that the comment section is looking very, very stream.
Gee, your computer seems to be having a lot of fun with lag at the moment.
Oh, yes. Am I still lagging now?
I think it's cleared itself up now, but it did a thing where it's like...
Where's Kiwi Skirt at? I don't see her.
There's a... I don't know when she posted, but she'll be here later on in the show, apparently. But I saw it on the chat, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's been fun going through the Scrutiny Week footage.
Well, if you're...
these Monday night panelists, the show that I wasn't on, they know how to sit there and garble on for 15 minutes from start to finish when it comes to editing the footage.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, if anyone is watching in the chat, please say hello. Yes. So at least we know we're not talking to ourselves.
Well... Yeah, at the moment, yes. We'll find out what happens. Yeah. No, there are people there. Sorry, I'm just trying to change a setting on my Facebook page for the one that goes to my personal channel. It just keeps wanting to do... No, Sam, you don't want to stream to anyone but yourself.
Oh, yeah.
So it's sending a live stream, but it won't let it actually change it to let me share it with my friends.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So if there was anyone to watch it, it would only be me. Or someone who can log in as me. Yeah. So let's kick off with our lovely favourite... Not really. Workplace Relations Minister, Brooke van Velden. Now, let's restart from where it was. I've got to admit, it was fun there, but let's listen to Brooke again.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Yeah. Especially for those who missed out on watching her on Wednesday for the one speech we got. Let's kick it off, Brooke. When you want to speak. Okay. Sorry,
run through my highest priority projects to address these challenges. The Holidays Act. This year, reforming the Holidays Act remains one of my biggest priorities. and I intend to introduce a bill later this year. We have invested time wisely to consult with technical experts, employers, and workers on an exposure draft bill. Feedback is clear that fundamental change is needed to provide the simplicity and certainty that employers and employees need. To replace the complex current arrangements, I intend to introduce an hours-based accrual model for annual leave and sick leave, and an expanded version of pay-as-you-go so that everyone can benefit from flexible working arrangements. This year, I expect to progress changes to legislation to deliver on the commitment in the ACT National Coalition Agreement to reform health and safety laws and regulations. I believe that we can keep workers safe from harm without stifling economic growth by bogging down businesses with complex or confusing rules and regulations. I've heard from businesses, workers, and employers across the country that we can do better, and we will. I recently announced a suite of changes to the work health and safety system. This includes improvements to the Health and Safety at Work Act to focus the system on critical risks and cutting compliance costs for businesses, especially small, low-risk businesses. I'm also making a range of legislative and operational changes to improve business certainty and public confidence in WorkSafe. In the coming months, I intend to seek Cabinet agreement to a sector regulatory relief package to address sector-specific pain points in the system. I have also introduced an Employment Relations Amendment Bill, which aims to improve a variety of employment settings. The bill includes a gateway test to provide certainty and clarity when it is unclear whether a person is an employee or a contractor. Contractors play an important role in New Zealand's economy and society, and I believe these changes could improve conditions for some contractors, reduce risk for firms, and help ensure businesses compete on quality, price, and productivity. The bill will cut red tape at the start of employment by removing the 30-day rule. Currently, individual employment agreements must reflect the terms of an available collective agreement for the first 30 days of employment. The rule is convoluted and confusing, and the process adds another administrative cost on top of many others, and those costs are dragging down workplace productivity. Removing the 30-day rule will ensure employees and employers can be free to agree on a wider range of employment terms from day one of employment. The bill also proposes changes to simplify personal grievances. Employees who earn over $180,000 per annum will be unable to raise an unjustified dismissal personal grievance, an unjustified disadvantage personal grievance, where it relates to dismissal, unless unjustified dismissal protection is negotiated as part of their employment agreement. There will also be more consideration given to an employee's behaviour in the personal grievance process. Certain remedies will be restricted when the employee's behaviour has contributed to the issue and removed entirely if their behaviour amounts to serious misconduct. I also want to touch on the reforms to pay equity this government passed earlier in the year. I acknowledge these reforms have been contentious, but I want to reiterate that the purpose of the reforms is to ensure that a path for addressing genuine sex-based undervaluation remains in place. Reform was needed because the pay equity regime had become untargeted and unaffordable substitute for usual wage bargaining process. Pay equity remains, equal pay remains, and no one has had their pay cut. The government has also reinstated the ability to deduct pay in response to partial strikes. This is a vital step in rebalancing the rights and consequences of industrial action. Partial strikes are industrial actions that normally involve turning up to work but refusing to partake in key parts of the job. Often it is the public who is losing out or is caught in the middle when the partial strikes occur. Intentionally causing disruption to customers or to the employer's output is not only currently a permitted collective bargaining tactic, but employers' options to respond are limited. Currently, if an employee is engaged in a partial strike, their employer cannot deduct their pay unless they suspend the employee or issue a lockout notice. I've heard of patients facing delays in receiving medical treatment due to increased wait lists, kids missing out on education while their teachers take to the streets, and honest, hardworking New Zealanders left stranded at train and bus stations as drivers and operators abandon their duties. While I recognise that employees are intended to strike, this disruption to public and customer service does need to be balanced with consequences for those who withhold their labour. Now, I know there's a lot more that's in our portfolio as well, but I'm happy to take questions on those topics.
Thank you, Minister. I've got a primary from...
Okay, so with that opening statement, right, and this is how I'm going to treat every single minister that comes in with an opening statement, right? She's basically just laid out, these are the things that I'm prepared to answer questions on. So I want everyone to keep that in mind when they hear the questions being asked by the other ministers and how well she answers them, because she's basically signaled that I can answer these questions. So I took down notes. She's basically signaled that she can answer questions relating to the following. The Holidays Act, okay? Your phone's right next to the microphone.
Yep, I do know. Yeah, and normally it's got the do not disturb, but it isn't kicking until later on.
Yeah, I normally just throw my phone outside my room. Right, so the next thing that is going to be covered too, that they've signalled that they can answer questions to, the nature of the ACT Party National Coalition agreements to improve safety without stifling economic growth. So she should be able to answer questions around that. Improve business certainty and improve trust of WorkSafe with the public. She should be able to answer that. The gateway test. So that's employers versus contractors. The idea of cutting red tape by removing the 30-day rule. She says that it's confusing. I expect her to answer why. Simplify personal grievances, so less claims, more consideration to be given to employee behaviour. Again, she should be able to explain why this is necessary.
And also,
equity.
Here's something worth noting that she sat there and said the causes of what could be classed as serious misconduct. I had with a former employer, the reason why I got sacked was because I kept contradicting what she wanted, but what I was contradicting was breach of food safety laws.
Uh-huh.
Now, should I be sacked as a delinquent, causable employee because I was told to throw the pies in the pie warmer and not cook them first?
No.
But, you know, is that a yes or no for Brooke to deal with? I don't know.
Well, let's see if she answers a question relating to that. So the other two I was going to finish up on was she should be able to answer reforms to pay equity. So she stated that they've become untargeted. I would like more explanation around that. And finally, she said that reinstate partial pay strikes. So basically, she made the claim that employees' options to respond are limited, aka the ability to reduce pay. So she basically needs to be able to answer those questions because that's what she signalled that she is capable of answering.
And I wonder, has she actually put any of the suggested amendments I wanted to have put into the legislation, which stated for partial strike deductions that has to be reported as the full wages, and then the partial strike deduction and the deduction to be taken before PAYE is calculated, but it must be part of payroll deductions.
Well, we'd probably have to look over the bill in order to find that one out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's got on there. Todd Stevenson, on the other hand, did like those suggestions in there because it's about transparency. Especially, you know, you kind of need it, especially if you're needing to get help from working income.
Well, yes.
Working income do like to double check with IRD.
Yeah, I mean, how often do they amend their proposed bills?
There's some of them have had significant amendments, but don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's done in parliaments. How they go about amending bills.
Two places between first and second reading at Select Committee, and then between second reading and third reading at Committee of the House.
Okay. So that would be something.
Select Committee's the better place to actually do it because that's where you can actually go into it in more detail.
Yeah. So,
whereas if you do it at Committee of the House, that's kind of like you're at the last. It's you're kind of like it's the last ditch attempt.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all I can suggest is I haven't looked over that bill for a hot minute, so I can't answer that question. But
I think I'm not sure if it has gone to law yet or not. I do know it's gone through committee of the House, though. Yeah.
Yep.
So let's kick off with the first question.
The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Right, thank you, Minister. I'll start with pay equity, and I'm signalling that I've got questions around pay equity, and then later on questions around health and safety, the areas that I want to focus in on. So with pay equity, I'm really wanting to look forward to what where we're going with pay equity, but I just want to ask a question going back to look forward, if that makes sense, because I don't think that we can understand where we're heading until I actually know how many of those 33 cancelled claims were at milestone 5, which means the contingency had been put aside. There had been an understanding that, or an agreement that there was sex discrimination or undervaluation due to sex discrimination. So the contingency had been put aside, and they're probably within 6 months of being settled if they'd got to that stage. So I want to know how many of those 33 claims were at that stage.
Oh, I thank the member for the question. I'm not the member responsible for any of the individual claims, and so I cannot answer that question.
So on that then, if you're not in that, when you were coming to make that decision around the changing of the legislation, would that not have informed you around the process that had happened so far? Would that not have been information that you would have had to have been put in front of you to help you make that decision?
The government did not make changes to the pay equity regime in response to any individual claims. We did it because we wanted the claims process to be more robust.
Okay.
So just to confirm, the contingency doesn't sit within your vote, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
No, but
So-
what I'm trying to get at there, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that, but what I'm trying to get at is if you're making changes to the legislation which does sit within the vote of the Minister, then that information would inform those changes. So that would be information that would have had to come across, in my opinion, to the Minister, but the Minister says she doesn't know that, so she wouldn't have had that to make that information, to make that decision.
So happy to take questions. I'll come to you. I've got a sup from Palmer, and then I'll come to your primary. Just in terms of the.
Oh, no, I want to stop on this.
Oh, you're a sup. Okay, I'll come to you after Palmjeet then as well. Jan, I'll give you an opportunity to ask another supplementary on this if you can bring it in relation to that.
I'm happy with that.
Happy with that? Okay, cool. Palmjeet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, you used the word untargeted when you were talking about pay equity. Can you elaborate on that? Like they were becoming untargeted?
Sorry, Palmjeet, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Yep. So I repeat my question. So my question is about the term that the minister used, untargeted, that pay equity claims were becoming untargeted, and wanting to ask the minister to elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you. So in many ways, the claim process that we have put in place through this government is reverting to a lot of the claims process from the 2017 bill that was originally proposed. But also, if you look at some of the claims that had progressed under the Labour Party claims process, there were claims that had up to 90 different occupations within one claim that went as far as hospital-based dental workers, people who were cultural advisors, wheelchair technicians, all within one particular claim. There were also, I think, the need to address the fact that, in some of those claims they had review provisions that allowed for non-sex-based discrimination factors to be considered, things like inflation, which I don't believe goes to the heart of the sex-based discrimination at the core of the Act.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tiana?
Thank you. I was just a supplementary to what Honourable Jan Tinetti was saying around pay equity claims, and I do get your point that it's not within your vote, but I do think that there is a duty of care that exists for the government to actually really understand what was happening right across those 33 claims. And just for the minister's information, I did put parliamentary written questions to 14 ministers who had portfolio coverage for those 33 claims. None of them knew what was happening until you made until you guys had that meeting in cabinet. So what that points to me was that there was a missing gap in terms of your process. So it's all very good and well to say, well, actually, it doesn't fall within my vote. Well, then if no one's looking at it and looking at the actual individual impacts across those 33 claims, then where does the responsibility sit? Comment.
Well, look, I think it's really important to note that the government, and I've said this throughout the entire debate today, when we did the annual reviews, when we were doing the committee of the whole house process, that the government did not pass changes to pay equity because of any particular claim. We did it to improve the robustness of the system in general.
But my question is to the duty of care of people in those 33 claims. And if the responsibility doesn't sit with you or the 14 other ministers that have portfolio coverage, where does it sit in your government?
So if you would like to address questions that are specific to a specific claim within one particular agency, you should address those questions to the minister responsible.
I did. I put parliamentary written questions and there was no.
Thank you, Jana. I'm going to allow Jan Tinetti a final question on this, and then I think.
I don't want to answer the question. Next one, please.
Yeah, so, okay, guys, I hope you guys are keeping track, like what I said at the beginning. So one of the questions that she signaled that she would be able to answer was reforms to pay equity, right? In particular, they became untargeted. So if you're going to say that something became untargeted, right, you should be able to answer Tui Onal's question. He sent parliamentary written questions to 14 ministers who had portfolio coverage on this issue, and none of them could answer his question. So the question becomes, who is responsible? And she said, well, you need to ask the relevant minister. And I was like, you are
Tell
the
me
relevant
who
minister.
the relevant minister is.
So what this tells me is that she didn't do any prior homework to find out how this was going to impact the 33 claims. She didn't go into detail about those 33 claims because her focus was on changing systems to make them more robust. But in actuality, what we should really be looking at is how much money has been saved as a result of doing this, right? We're talking about, let's see if I can get the exact number. We're looking at 12.8 billion over the next 4 years, right? That's the real reason why the pay equity claims were cancelled. And like Jan Tinetti said, some of them were like 6 months away from being settled.
Some were even closer.
Some were even closer.
Yeah.
So that's why she can't answer the question, because she doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah. She doesn't care, or she doesn't want to be honest.
A bit of both, having read through these regulatory impact statements and things from the unions and stuff like that. Yeah, I've noticed of her that she is likely to dodge a lot of questions, right? She likes to pass on responsibility to another person. That is her in a nutshell. That's what you're going to see throughout the entirety of her trying to answer these questions. But this is not good enough because she has signaled that she is able to answer these questions with her opening statements.
So, if she continues that, maybe Brooke needs to be put on a PIP, Performance Improvement Plan. Quite often used to manage people out of jobs. Now, the great news is we did have someone who answered the question on behalf of the minister.
That would have been better than what she just said before. I didn't save the budget. Yeah, at least she would have been honest.
Yeah. Now, Roger wants to ask, are you going to go to the Wellington BHE meetup?
Tomorrow.
I think it's on Friday. Oh, no, Thursday. Is it tomorrow? Roger, can you tell us when it is? I think it's Thursday.
They said tomorrow. If it's tomorrow,
I can turn up tomorrow. That's fine.
Yeah, that's going to be a no from me. I'm busy on both tomorrow
Well,
and
if it's
Thursday.
tomorrow, I'll make it there. I thought it was on Thursday, but that's fine. I can make it for tomorrow. That's all good. I can make things work. I'll even come in my It's in the Ballot shirt, and it's in the Ballot hoodie.
Ha. At least it'll be easy to find.
Yeah, especially when it's bright red.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear what the final supplementary is from Brooke and see if we can turn up the speed.
We're going to move on because it's not actually directly related to this estimate. So, Jan?
So, Minister, you said around the fact that you changed because there were something like 90 claims, or I'm not sure what the actual figure was, but within one claim, 90 sectors within one claim. So, presumably the change meant going forward from what you put through and the work that you did, you would know that many of those would not be able to progress under the new legislation. So what advice did you seek, or did you seek advice on which pay equity claims would not be able to progress under the new rules?
I didn't seek to understand how any specific claim that was currently under the process would be affected, because I was not doing this for any particular claim. I am doing this to make the system more robust in general. And if you think of,
Bingo,
some of
there's
the
your
issues
answer.
that we had, the pay equity process was not necessarily focusing on addressing sex-based discrimination, but was also picking up non-sex-based factors. And if we truly care about stamping out sex-based discrimination, our laws should do what they say they do.
Is that good lawmaking, though, if you're not understanding the full ramifications of what your decisions are? Is that good lawmaking?
Thank you. I've already said that was the last question before, unless the Minister wants to answer, and then we'll move on.
No, I just want to make one really clear statement, which I made in the House a few weeks ago, which is I'm not a lawyer here to present in favour or against any particular union claim, or in favour or against any particular employer when they're going through a claims process. That would be improper. And so many of the questions that I have had asked to me would actually be improper to answer, because that could get in the way of any particular claim that could in the future be brought. But that's information that I do not have on hand. However, I have mentioned many times, we are not doing this for any particular claim. We're doing this for the robustness of the system. And if you look at where our system has ended up, it is still actually a very liberal system internationally. In the UK, for example, you cannot take a claim outside of your employer. We are allowing people to have comparators even outside their employer. So our system is still quite liberal.
Right, thank you. Vanessa Weinick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Primary.
Thank you, Minister. I'm wondering.
I do like Jan's question and response that Carl Bates ruled as out of order.
No, that was not out of order. I find that to be very hypocritical from Brooke, considering that she went out of her way with her health and safety reform proposal, to ask over 1,000 people to provide feedback on the consultation document, right? She could have done a consultation document with this amendment. So, she should know the numbers. 90 sector claims within one claim. You should know how many of these should not be able to progress under the new process. And she's like, well, no, I didn't do any homework to understand how, the 33 official claims would be impacted by the new regulations. But I'm not a lawyer. It's like, well, no one's asking you to be a lawyer. They're just asking you to have data. But she's like, I don't have any information on hand, but we needed a more robust system, even though I don't have any data. It's like, then how can you argue for a more robust system if you don't have data?
Yeah, exactly.
How can you? That's unethical. That's not good lawmaking. I don't even think that would pass the regulatory standards bill, the way how that's being set up.
Probably wouldn't also pass the High Court, and wouldn't pass it with Judge Judy either.
No.
Can you picture Brooke Van Velden having to sit down there and justify a case in front of Judge Judy?
Well, if Judge Judy was, I don't know, not a TV lawyer or TV judge, sorry.
No, she is a retired judge.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
She's been a TV judge for 30 years. She was a real judge for 10 years.
Yeah, I know that. But, a lot of what she does is for show and performance now. But, and it's small claims. She's not dealing with pay equity.
She does base her rulings on actual laws, though.
Yes, but
the thing is, she actually does base it on laws, and she respects suppression orders, Because I remember there was one case they had to date the dentist, because there was actually a suppression on the case.
Yes. But my point is that she is as much of an active judge as what's the name of that bloody psychologist?
Dr. Phil?
Yeah, she's as much of a lawyer as Dr. Phil is a practicing psychologist. They're entertainers. They've obviously got experience working in the industries and got very valid experience, but what they're doing is for show, and things are going to be exaggerated, and things are going to be,
Well, it is on the case of Judge Judy. It's really weird that her and her husband Jerry were basically the founder of multiple television court shows of different styles, but they were the ones that architect so many of the US court shows on the formats and all that, because they went overseas and looked at other countries, how they do things. Or we could have a show that's like this, like Hot Bench is it's a free judge panel show, and it was based on something that a certain level of court in Ireland.
I've got a real problem with shows like Judge Judy, because I don't think legal cases should be done for entertainment.
No,
because there's an expectation of performance, and I was like, nah.
And they are small claims. You are right, because you don't have lawyers. And at least actually that's with Judge Judy. It sticks to small claims. It doesn't go beyond small claims, but other ones have done.
Yeah,
like
and the other
Judge
issue I have with shows.
Perot.
Yeah, I mean, other issues over shows like that is that they don't give people an honest or an actual look into how the courts work. It's entertainment.
No, put it this way: The Good Wife does a better job than Judge Judy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say The Good Wife is near. Oh no, series 7 of The Good Wife actually was probably the most accurate depiction of the US court system. Yeah. Okay, let's see more from the MPs, and we'll get off our Judge Judy talk.
If you could please update us a bit on the Labour Inspectorate's performance, especially when it comes to questions and investigations around exploitation of migrant workers. It's a kind of a topic that listeners are very interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I have a lot of faith in our Labour Inspectorate. I think they do a lot of really good work. At the moment, I know that we have around 85 labour inspectors, and they're going out into our community every day to ensure that minimum wage and minimum labour standards are upheld, whether that's for New Zealanders who have been here for generations or people who have recently migrated to New Zealand. I've brought Suzanne from the Labour Inspectorate here to talk through some of the numbers, but I think it's fair to say that the number of cases that they're dealing with is high. But we also have fantastic targets that they meet every day.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. In terms of the Labour Inspectorate, we are well exceeding our estimates targets of 2,200 interventions. We're well over the 3,500.
Sorry, you just pulled them off board. Thank you.
It's the first time I've ever been told I'm quiet. I'll speak up. You're right. I'm really proud of what the Labour Inspectorate has done. So our estimates are just over 2,000. That's what we're interventions.
Sorry, can you speak more slowly and clearly?
Absolutely. So our estimate targets are just over 2,200 interventions for the Labour Inspectorate. However, this year already, we're at 3,500 interventions by the Labour Inspectorate. We have 85 Labour inspectors. Of that, we've also increased our interventions or our activities within the RSE scheme by 33% this year with the same people.
Sorry, that's an increase in what? 33%?
33% in intervention. So when we're working with RSE employers and with employees, what you've also seen is that as well as increasing numbers of activities, we've increased how quickly that we complete our investigations. So more than 91% of our investigations are completed within 12 months now where we start. But we take a very balanced approach. In terms of our compliance activity, we will always do information and education and guidance to employers, and we will relieve the detailed enforcement activities such as infringements and prosecutions through the ERA for those serious offenders. So it's a very balance between enablement and enforcement approach that the Labour Inspectorate takes.
Thank you.
Just a supplementary question on that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to add, the committee will remember perhaps at our last hearing with the department that we had brought together a range of compliance activities across MB, and that has given us a better outcome, not just with the Labour Inspectorate, but I think the member also asked about migrant exploitation, and migrant exploitation has also reduced significantly in the last year.
Yeah, so that was going to be my supplementary question, was has the evidence sort of shown that there is a reduction or a change, and any other feedback from the people on the front line?
So we have seen a significant reduction in the number of migrant exploitation reports, down about 33%. But I also wanted to reassure the committee that we take those reports exceptionally seriously. They're not all about employment standards. They can be about a number of other things that people will come to us. But we triage, so in other words, we respond to those requests and reports of migrant exploitation, with 97% of those responded to within 5 days.
Supplementary.
So sometimes it's better to leave Brooke out of answering the questions because we actually get some detailed answers and good questions from National MP Vanessa Winnick.
I mean, it sounds great, but I'm not getting specifics into how they're achieving this. Like, you know, they're saying that we've had over 2,200 inspectors and an increase in 33% in interventions. Why? Why has this number gone up?
Is it because
I'd like
people are dominating the employers more?
Are they doing that, or is it because, well, I mean, dobbing in their employers more, but is it because of the speed that investigations have been completed at? Why has that gone up as well? Is this due to new legislation? Is it due to the so-called slashing of red tape and how these claims are processed? Are
the cases more clear?
I got more questions out of that than answers. Yeah, I mean, again, we've no answers around that were provided, and I have more questions than answers.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I'd have to go deep into the data to find those numbers.
Yeah. Okay, let's see more from the Minister.
From Dan Tinetti.
So, Minister, as a supplementary to that, you know, you've talked about, and we all know that there's a significant level of death and serious workplace injury. I wonder if you know of how many of those workplaces where that has happened in the last year were inspected in the year prior to that happening?
On hand, I don't have that specific information, but we could potentially get someone from the health and safety or work safety.
We are going to be seeing them 15 minutes afterwards. So
Okay, they don't have it either.
we'll be seeing them afterwards anyway.
Okay.
So
We'll either ask that after
put it in
or
writing.
we'll put it in
Yeah.
writing.
Yeah.
Great.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay. Jan, we can move on to your primary.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you have announced in 2 stages changes to health and safety. You made an announcement in March and one recently. Why did you make them in 2 different stages?
So we have multiple stages of announcements
I'm
coming.
talking
with
about the
health
one
and
in
safety.
March and this one recently.
Yes, and I've got more to come, which is what I'm alluding to. My work does not end, Jan. I've still got more. We have multi-stages for the health and safety because it is such a large tranche of work. And rather than waiting until cabinet decisions are made on every single element that goes through cabinet or every letter of expectation I send and waiting right until the end, I think it is important to allow people to know where the direction of travel is going as we make those decisions. So there have been various announcements. The ones that we have made to date are quite broad, but focus mainly on refocusing the entire health and safety system to reduce critical risks and reduce harm to workers. And that's really important. The whole focus of why we are doing this reform is we do actually want workers to come back safely every day to their families. I think it's quite heartbreaking when people don't return home, and we do want people to be safe. But on top of that, when we were going out around the country, hearing from business owners, managers and workers on the ground, which I think was really important, and I did consultation very differently to how government does. I went to hear from the people directly. They said that they had a lot of big concerns about the cost of compliance and whether or not that cost to comply is actually seeing a reduction in harm, and a fear from WorkSafe that, and in some cases, I even had comments that people had more fear of WorkSafe than the police turning up, and having such strong fear of the regulator rather than feeling that the regulator was there to help, I don't believe is conducive to a good health and safety system. So we are refocusing the system on providing more guidance upfront to businesses so that they have a positive relationship with WorkSafe. They understand what the rules are, what they need to do to comply and to reduce risks to serious injury and death in their workplaces, but also that everybody is aware that they don't need to be sweating the small stuff with small-scale paperwork compliance, but really focusing on targeting those critical risks that would be found in their workplace so that there is a prioritisation going on from the worker, the business and WorkSafe, that we care about deaths and serious injuries. We don't care about just making sure you've got paperwork in the filing cabinet.
Okay, can I ask something? Thank you. So the Ministry for Regulations feedback on your original cabinet paper has criticised the process of it coming out into tranches because they've said that one is reliant on the other, and this you're not able to, from what I can see here in their feedback, they're saying that there was sort of a lack of understanding of how that would interact in that because you haven't put them out together. But also exactly what you've just said around that low level, they've criticised the fact that there's been that emphasis on the low level risk compliance, health and safety compliance. And they say this assumes that time spent on low value health and safety compliance activity will instead be spent on higher value health and safety activity. But isn't it just as likely that the time and resources will go to non-health and safety activities? For example, activities that grow market share and earn revenue rather than on health and safety. So what evidence do you have, given that the Ministry of Regulations has said that, what evidence do you have that that time taken away from the low value health and safety would be spent in other areas in the health and safety?
Well, it's not necessarily about the time spent on compliance activity, Jan. What we're trying to do is reduce compliance burden to businesses in general. Time spent on compliance for compliance sake, I'm sure everybody in this room would agree, is not worth it if it's not actually seeing results. So if people are reducing time based on compliance, that's a good thing. If we're focusing on those critical risks, and that's the aim of this entire reform, we want people to focus on those critical risks. But if that comes at a reduction in time spent on those activities, then I would suggest that that's a good thing.
Tiana.
Yeah, just to stop on this, can the Minister give us their working definition on what critical risk is? And in her answer, if you could give the parameters of that, so your widest parameters of what would include critical risk right down to your narrower definition. And after you answer that, if you could also answer me whether you would include musculoskeletal harm within critical risk, and if not, why not? And also mental harm. And the reasons why I ask that is there are significant harms that are caused because of musculoskeletal harm, back issues, spinal injuries, that kind of thing as well. And we know that mental health is a really, really big issue. So again, my question is around your working definition for critical risk, from your widest parameters of what you're considering right down to the narrowest parameters of what you are considering, and then also whether musculoskeletal harm is possibly going to be included in that, and mental harm.
Well, thank you for the question. The focus is about critical risks, like you've rightly pointed out. At the moment, we are defining critical risks as those that cause death or serious injury or illness, but the specific details of what that involves is still to come. To Jan's point, still got a lot of announcements to come.
So on top of that, because we know that there is sometimes mental harm can move on to self-harm and also onto suicide. So is that possibly in the mix in terms of your definition for critical risk?
Look, I'm not going to be making an announcement today. I totally understand where your concern is coming from. However, you'll simply have to wait for...
I want to know whether it's actually in the mix in terms of the things that you're thinking about, or whether it's off the table or not. People want to know.
We will be making an announcement on the definitions of critical risk at a later date.
Okay, Parmjit.
So, Minister.
Okay, right, there's lots to unpack. And that the two stages, yeah, I get where Jan's coming from, because there's a lack of understanding on interaction between the two stages. Brooke answered because it's a large amount of work, and her focus is predominantly on critical risk. But if her priority is on critical risk, she should have a working definition by now.
Exactly. And are you working it on your own, or don't you have a team of EAs helping you?
Yeah, she should have a team. I mean, look, I've got the health and safety reform proposal right here in front of me, and I've even got the regulatory impact statement for that. So it's kind of interesting how she said her logic is that if we reduce compliance costs and risks to business owners, workers are somehow going to be safer. And I just don't see how that logically works, right? I get that I mean, especially considering the fact that before, right, that labour inspectors have had an increase in 33% of interventions with migrant workers, right? So if she's asking, okay, we need to have a more positive relationship between WorkSafe and businesses. Well, the good news is for her that I actually agree with that statement, because based on that reform proposal, over 1,000 people were asked to provide feedback on the consultation document. And they did say that there is an issue with the way how WorkSafe in terms of their consistency and in terms of the way how they communicate and simplicity of complying.
Yeah.
Right. But making things simpler is not the same thing as reducing compliance. Right. So what I'm saying here is that you can simplify something and make it easier to comply with without reducing the level of responsibility on the business. And I think that's where Brooke is getting it wrong, is that she thinks that if we reduce the amount of responsibility on a business by deeming it to be low risk, therefore we make it less scary for the small business owner. But that's not what the regulatory impact statement, or the people that wrote that, the MBIE, that's not what they're asking for. They're asking that they need better communication between WorkSafe and businesses, which I agree with.
Yeah, and that could be a proper portal on WorkSafe's website where to report injuries. I hope that does exist.
Yep.
Possibly case managers that can be a go-to person rather than ringing, rather than like guessing and finding out. It's possibly ring. Can I check and double check? I mean, we have it with the health department stuff with councils. If you have any issues with food safety stuff, just give your health inspector a ring. And your health inspector, when you ask questions, are the most helpful people out there. I had a friend who was having a bit of a runaround. Gave him the phone number to the person who did my inspections, my last inspection. And bang, 20 of his questions were answered in one phone call. Because Luis knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can grab a direct quote from the impact statement. Submitters frequently raise concerns about WorkSafe's regulatory stance, a lack of help provided via guidance or inspectors, inconsistent approaches across inspectors, and a combative approach to business under investigation. We note that this feedback will likely reflect WorkSafe's past approach more than the steps that WorkSafe is taking under its new strategy, which will take time to filter through. So again, so WorkSafe has made amendments, and we haven't seen the results of that yet. But WorkSafe is aware that there is a problem with communication between them and businesses. Now, I don't know how many of the people, the 1,000 people or 1,000 business owners, have stated, "Oh, we don't like WorkSafe because of red tape." Like that.
No, it's usually because
what they're commenting on.
It's usually because they've had bad experience. I had a bad experience with WorkSafe when they went and did a surprise inspection on BP, and the lady from WorkSafe was so condescending that she said, "Well, you're cafe team lead. You know nothing about safety." And it's like, I know what the basics you had to do for a job. Yes, my current role at BP was cafe team lead, but I also was a trained certified LPG filler. As many of the male cafe team leads at BP were certified. It just shows like the ridiculousness of. It's like when you have that type of experience, that puts a bad taste in the mouth. And maybe, and that's where they need to sit and look at. This is something that IRD started 20 years ago, was compliance over catching people out. And with probably the exception of the child support department, the overall positive relationship with the IRD has changed. So IRD started that in the Helen Clark era. And we are there now where people aren't so scared to sit and deal with the IRD. They have direct contacts. I mean, some people are still scared about, ringing the IRD, possibly because they remember the stories of the 90s where the IRD would just basically behave like assholes. But the thing is, other government agencies have not changed from this catching out to compliance approach. It's the same with the health inspectors for councils. Health inspectors used to be known as having that type of arrangement. And as time went on, it went from being catching people out to compliance to building relationships. And now people who have those relationships have much better compliance rates. And that's what you need, is you need to build your relationship up.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stat. That came from the regulatory impact statement. 67% of submitters agreed that simpler and clearer guidelines would help them to understand their health and safety obligations. This is not the same as saying we have too many regulations we have to follow. these are not the same things.
Yeah.
You know, many submitters noted that the Act works well in general through commonly identified areas of concerns where general complexity of the system, you know, hazardous substances regulation, sections of Part 2 of the Act, such as clarity and approved codes of practice. So look, they're saying that, hey, this Act does work, but we need better communication.
Yeah, and that's probably
like as what you're highlighting before.
Yeah, and I don't think Brooke is the right minister to actually guide a government agency to shift from severe gotcha enforcement to compliance. Her party does not go down that path at all. It does not have a reputation of building relationships to have compliance. They like gotcha, let's catch you on the hoof type of thing.
Yeah, and I think this is why you'll often hear me saying I don't think ACT is a libertarian party, because I'm going to put I don't have a libertarian hat, but I got a hat on, so that counts. Well, as a libertarian, my response to this is, we need to improve communications between this agency and businesses. We need to have more transparency and clearer communications. We should put money towards that.
Yeah.
So workers are kept safe. But their approach has been to, there's too much red tape, even though there's nowhere in the report where the businesses are saying red tape is the problem. And, it's like we got to get rid of all the rules and regulations and make it more unsafe for workers. I'm like, no, that's not what they're asking for. They're asking for a more participatory system, more transparency, better communication.
Yeah, and that's what we want. And maybe we need Chris Bishop to be in charge of that instead, because Chris Bishop is definitely...
I think he would be better,
Yeah, he's definitely the one about building relationships. I mean, that was evidence between the Karen versus Chris on the Transport Select Committee.
I mean, there's areas that Bish needs to work on. I mean, for starters, not shouting at people when he's drunk. But otherwise, besides that, I'm pretty sure that he'll do a better job at this than Brooke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's an example of we've already found a minister to clone to become the default minister.
There you go. For all you national voters out there.
Yeah, So for those on the party selection boards, find people who sit there and are more like Chris Bishop and not like Christopher Luxon.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear more from Brooke.
It's a sub to the question you had before. So correlation of time spent on compliance versus safety achieved. Is it something, Minister, that you have mentioned compliance cost and productivity, these terms? Is it something wrong if somebody is able to comply with what is needed by and also keeping the cost down and is able to achieve productivity or able to increase productivity? Something wrong with that?
No, I think that's perfect. That's exactly what people should be doing under our system. You can have a highly functioning workplace, a high productivity workplace, while also focusing on keeping your workers safe from harm. And I'd make the point that with a lot of business owners that I've met over the last year and a half with this program, they don't want to hurt their staff. They know that hurting staff is dreadful for their business and for productivity. And it's in everybody's interest that their workers are safe and coming to work, being able to be highly productive, going back to their families. Having workers injured is nobody's goal, and it's certainly not this government or business's goal. So it is possible to have a highly productive workplace while focusing on reducing worker harm. But where we have compliance for compliance sake, that does lead to unproductivity. It does lead to costs, time, resource, admin, HR. And I'll just give you one example. When I was doing the roadshow, I went to an industrial area of Auckland and talked to a woman there. And she said every month they have to go around their work site and ask people, have you had a paper cut? Have you had a staple incident? We need something to put in writing because our bosses are asking for us to get the paperwork to show that we're complying with the Health and Safety at Work Act. That's really unproductive work. That's not actually keeping anybody any safer. It's compliance for compliance sake to tick the boxes. And that's what this government is moving away from. Too much compliance, too much red tape, too much box ticking exercises. That's not leading to safety outcomes.
Cool.
Thank you.
You find out? Okay. Jan?
Great, thank you. So I've got a sub to what Tiano asked. It's probably, I'm going to wrap it into, there might be two. I'm not sure that I heard an answer from you if you consider musculoskeletal harm a critical risk. I don't think that came through. So I'm really keen to follow up on that. And then what work is planned or underway at WorkSafe on musculoskeletal risk, given that WorkSafe's own research suggests it's the source of the most harm in New Zealand workplaces?
So I did address that question. I said we're not making an announcement today on what would be considered a critical risk. So I did address the question, Jan. To the second question, that would be a question for WorkSafe, which may be better addressed in your next session with WorkSafe, although I'm happy to bring them up if that's how you'd like to use your time.
No, I just want to have a follow-up then with that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. From reading your cabinet paper, that's what the issue is at the moment, is that people are getting confused around this, knowing that it is causing the most harm in the country, in the WorkSafe. It is the source of the most harm in the New Zealand workplace. But reading your cabinet paper, it doesn't seem to meet that definition of critical risk. And I really want to get your, like you may say you've addressed the question, but people reading that cabinet paper are concerned around the fact that it doesn't seem to meet that threshold of that critical risk. So we want to sort of get some understanding of you and I guess assurance today that you're taking this very seriously.
Okay, I do take health and safety very seriously, which is why we're doing the entire reform. But like I said before, I'm not making an announcement in the committee today. You'll have to wait for that. I know you can't have it both ways. Either you want all of the work to happen extremely fast, or you allow for people to have cabinet processes that take time and allow people to have information in the public domain.
Yes, we want assurance that you're over it, Minister, and you're not giving us that assurance.
I'm not going to make announcements because you asked me a question, Jan.
Okay.
We have to wait for good process.
I've got a sup from.
Good processes when I don't have to ask you questions.
The interesting part of the thing about paper cuts, like, I'm not sure if a paper cut is something you have to report, but I definitely can tell you, if you cut yourself in the knife, you have to report that. I've got to do that in my business, and I mean, it's not often we have to use the knife at my business.
It's very
I'm
silly.
not sure whether
it's not a critical risk.
I can tell you one thing. Well, I don't have to report it to WorkSafe. I just have to keep an accident log of it happening. And if something worse happens, such as, say, the person went into hospital needing a tetanus shot or something like that, needing stitches, then yes, that would be...
Well, yeah, and the reason for that is because cutting yourself with a knife is a critical risk. You can die doing that. You can't die giving yourself a paper cut. Unless, of course, you get a staph infection or something crazy like that. But, I mean, but a paper cut on its own is not a critical risk.
No, I mean, reams of paper are a normal thing that you know, in an office, that's a normal thing to have. I mean, I think you'll have more danger with the staple remover than you would have with the paper, with the ream of paper.
There's more danger walking up and down the stairs. Let's be honest. But yeah, I find the claim by Brooke van Velden, employers don't want to hurt their staff. Okay, I'm sure that's true in the majority of cases, but we cannot ignore that a lot of employers do want their staff to produce more per hour. That is how we operate under a capitalistic system. You produce more, you get more money. Now, that dynamic, right, as much as the employers don't want to see the employees get hurt, that does put workers in dangerous situations sometimes. And it can definitely put workers into situations that involve overexertion, which can result in poor mental health outcomes, right?
And from the case of driving, it's having people not taking that half an hour mandatory break at the 5.5 hour mark. Like that's it. That in the driving sense, anyone who's done long distance driving understands that completely.
Yep.
And you know, or anyone who does driving for a living.
I know this sounds stupid, but you can get hurt sitting down for long hours. You can end up with back problems.
You that as well.
Yeah. You can end up with blood clots if you're not careful. Having experienced blood clots myself, you've got to be very careful.
God, you're too young to experience that.
No. With my health conditions, having chronic pain, the way how my circulatory system works now from nerve damage has been altered. And that's from necrotizing fasciitis and having to go through multiple plastic surgeries. But anyways, but yes, again, the pressure from partial strike deductions is not going to help employers or employees keep the best interest of the employee's health in check, right? They are going to push to produce more in order to keep their job, right? We have got people that are losing their jobs. Then we've got job cuts. We've got people going off to Australia. Those partial strikes are not going to help with the psychological health of a worker. If anything, it's putting more increased pressure on workers to comply. It gets, at times, the interest of their own health and safety.
Yeah. And it might be, you know, I mean, if it's safe for driving, it's, you know, skipping that half an hour breaks or fudging your logbooks, that sort of thing there.
Now, these may not be deliberate intentions of the legislation that's been proposed, but these are the things you've got to consider when you're proposing legislation as the unintended consequences.
Is what happens when you got the bad employer who's going to go to the world class, the most stupidest thing in there as an extreme example without actually probably step back, go, actually does it affect the job?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Thanks a lot.
The best one I had was I got asked to come into work early by the owner of the business. I got there by the manager. I got told for wearing a Brotown t-shirt. All I wanted to do was go in there, go to the toilet, change into my uniform correctly, then start my job. But went on a tangent on a Brotown t-shirt. In my private time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, So, you know, you that could be misconstrued as a partial strike.
That could be,
And you do get those people who bark at you for something and then take credit as they've achieved something, even that they've done nothing to achieve the outcome, because that all they've done is throw their weight around rather than actually, you know, achieved anything. But they may constitute it as, I told that person off, look what I achieved, even that you actually haven't achieved anything.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I having worked in the supermarkets, I've had bad managers that have lined up behind all the other customers just to shout at me. You know, it's like, you couldn't have done this after work. I'm trying to serve customers, you dipshits.
And actually, if they did it in front of customers, that can actually that would actually be as a factor that if there was a personal grievance or a sacking that followed it, it would be a contributing factor in the negative for the employer.
I did ask them. It's like, look, can we take this behind the scenes and not in front of the customers? Like, if you got a personal grievance with me, can we sort this out after work? No, we're going to do this right here and right now. Why? What over? Oh, because you used a tone that I didn't like. You stood in line and held up productivity just to tell me you didn't like my tone.
Yeah.
Come on. People get disrupt work for the dumbest reasons.
Oh, yeah, but that's probably because that's the wrong person who's been put into management.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the way society does go, is sometimes we actually do end up having the wrong people put into management, not the right people. And the wrong people are the ones that land the place into employment courts and that sort of thing, or create hostile work turnover. A good example in the United States is Costco versus Walmart. Walmart has a 70% staff turnover rate, whereas Costco has about a 7% staff turnover rate. And and one of the biggest drivers behind it is the fact that Costco pays their staff a living wage, whereas Walmart pays their staff minimum wage and suggests to fill the gaps as food stamps.
Yeah, that I mean, anyone with a brain would go, fuck that, I'm working for Costco.
Well, yeah. On the other hand, and some people have tried to use that as shareholder, like, you know, some people have said that's been irresponsible to your shareholders, even though it actually delivers better results. Because some people only see bottom dollars; they don't necessarily see the other minor stuff that comes with it. Because you can't sit down there and go, you know, let's slash everyone on minimum wage and then not expect the shit to hit the fan. Yeah. Okay, let's hear more from Brooke.
Grant, a sup from Tiana, and then we'll move on to Grant's primary.
Yeah, thank you. So just as you were moving around the country and interacting with employers, and so did any of them ever express any concerns for their own health and safety in terms of the stress and worry that came through from the Health and Safety Act as it stood and the excessive paperwork? Did any of them express those sorts of concerns to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of business owners who were highly stressed.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was to do with the fact that most people in business want to do the right thing. But if you're already a small business owner dealing with things like Holidays Act compliance, trying to get customers and, you know, make sure that you've got cash flow and revenue, and you're dealing with the health and safety system, you are already time poor, and you don't have a lot of money just sloshing around to pay a consultant to get those answers. And so trying to simplify the system, provide more guidance up front issued by WorkSafe to those small businesses will give people a feeling of confidence that they are doing the right thing by their employees, but they will also be able to go to bed at night with less stress, knowing that they're less likely to cause harm to their workers in the first place. And I think that's at the heart of this reform. We are a small business economy. We do know that people are trying to do the right thing, but it is very hard out there in the economy at the moment, and it's very stressful. So if we can reduce stress while also reducing harm to workers, then we're onto a winner.
Thank you. Tiana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around, because I did hear your answer that you've been going around the country and talking to folks and also to employers and also to workers. And so my question is, will she commit to meeting regularly with the CTU? I know that you had met with them once, from what I could tell, and I did put into a parliamentary written question whether you would commit to doing that. And the answer I got back was you hadn't had anything put in regularly. So my question is, if you're going to talk about making sure that you talk to people, it makes sense to have a regular time where you meet with the CTU to discuss the issues that impact their members. So I'd like an answer to that.
Oh, thank you very much for the question. Look, I don't meet regularly with the CTU because I don't meet regularly with any advocacy group. I have had 4 engagements with the CTU, and I have had engagements specifically on health and safety with the CTU. One of the reasons why we have the reform ending up with changes to the Health and Safety at Work Act rather than a repeal and complete replacement is actually because I listened to the CTU. They, as well as Business New Zealand, did not wish to have a complete repeal and replacement. So we have listened, and I have had engagements with the CTU.
Okay, so when's your next meeting with them?
I'm not committing to having regular meetings for the sake of having a meeting. I want my meetings to be highly productive.
Thank you. We'll move on to a primary from Grant McCullum.
Okay. Well,
What? What? Okay. Where do we begin? Okay, so Grant McCallum basically just asked a question that's been asked previously. I don't know if he was paying attention, but we already talked about
dodgy Grant.
Yeah, dodgy Grant. We've already talked about how WorkSafe can simplify and improve their communications with businesses. That's already been addressed. So I'm not going to bother commenting further on that one because it's like, okay, just go read the regulatory impact statement for the health and safety reform. If he had also taken the time to read that, he probably wouldn't have asked that question. But anyways, okay, so now I got distracted. What did Tuiano ask again?
About whether you'd have regular meetings with the CTU.
Oh, with the unions? No, she won't.
No. It was pretty, she shot down like a lead balloon.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe she doesn't want to sit there and have meetings with Craig Rennie and Richard Wagstaff.
I'd love to have a meeting with Craig Rennie, but that's just me.
Richard Wagstaff is actually higher up in the chain because I think he's the general secretary.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, or he's got the equivalent role that Helen Keller used to have.
I don't know. I mean, if you're going around saying, "Yep, I'm talking to workers," but you're refusing to talk to, like, I don't know, a union that represents thousands of workers, you might want to restate that.
I want to bring up what Blake said here. Is it just me, or does the man in her defence panel, defence panel, sitting there awkwardly look amusing? I think he feels that he's in an awkward situation of having to be non-partisan to someone who possibly isn't aligned with what he thinks is or isn't right, or what his goals are in there. I don't know who that person is, though. So, and I actually just check to see if... No, they still haven't actually updated information on the Parliament's website to show who the panelists were on Vimeo. So, yeah, we do not know. We just have to know that he is a gentleman who is sitting down there and being quite Bernard from Yes Minister, while was it Jim Hacker, we'll say as Brooke, is trying to spin the facts with Sir Humphrey Appleby whispering in the ear.
I don't know how many people have watched Yes Minister, but if you haven't watched it, go watch it. And then what Sam is saying will make sense.
And put it this way, it was one of Margaret Thatcher's favourite TV shows at the time.
Really? It was making fun of her.
Yeah, no, she enjoyed it. She enjoyed it. I think it's possibly because she could relate to what was happening at the time. The only thing we still haven't figured out is what party did Jim Hecker belong to, because the party emblem never matched either the Labour Party or the Conservatives, and their policies were all over the place.
I don't know. That actually sums up the current state of UK politics right now with the Labour Party. They're all over the bloody place, and so are the Tories. I honestly can't tell the difference between the two these days.
I mean, put it this way, and some people call it, they're the Uniparty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear more from Dodgy Grant.
Highly productive.
Thank you. We'll move on to a primary from Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've mentioned in your introductory remarks about the Holidays Act reform, and we've raised it before with you. And would you care to elaborate on how that's progressing and why it's so important for the sector and for all employees and employers?
So the Holidays Act is one of my main priorities because I've heard from so many people that non-compliance is really high. And it's very hard to get it right. I mean, even MB, who's sitting with us, has had non-compliance in the past. And so if our government department's struggling to understand the laws, then our small businesses, even our large businesses too, will be finding that really difficult. But on top of that, if you think of a worker who doesn't have the resources of an HR department or a payroll system, it's got to be even harder for them to know whether or not they're getting paid correctly. And I think that's wrong. So I would like to simplify the system so any business, any government agency, and any worker can understand what they're supposed to be entitled to and be paid every week or fortnight. Now, where we ended up was last year I went out for a consultation on a bill that had been developed by Labor or by the Labor government. The feedback that I received was, don't go ahead with this one because it could be even more technical and difficult to get right than the law that we currently got. So I decided to start again. And in starting again, we have now spent about 6 months working behind the scenes with my officials, and I really thank them for their work because it's very technical work, on a simplified model that at the heart has an accrual system. So if you look at the status quo, people are entitled to 4 weeks of annual leave after 12 months. In practice, we know that that hasn't been happening. People have been trying to use an accrual model in practice anyway. So we're saying from day dot, as soon as you start, you accrue leave for every hour that you work from the start of your employment agreement. By and large, the feedback I've had is that would be the most simple model, and they would like us to continue with this. We have done now, I'd say 98% of that technical work, and I still aim to have a bill to introduce by the end of this year. However, there's not much more I can give an update on at this stage, other than that we've been working behind the scenes with small and large business and payroll to ensure that's right. And at the heart of that is the implementation by payroll becomes really important. And when I first came into this role, the payroll practitioners said that they had not been consulted during the drafting of that previous bill, which is why it was so technical. It wasn't going to be easy to implement. It needs to work for payroll too.
Thank you.
Palmer?
Thank you, Minister. Further to that, you also are working on how leave entitlement is calculated for part-time workers. So can you please elaborate on that? Where did that idea came from and how is it going to be fair for the employers and employees?
Yes, thanks for the question. So one area that our government is progressing with is the idea of pro rata sick leave, which means to say that a full-time employee is entitled to a full entitlement for sick leave. That's 10 days or an equivalent under our system. Whereas a part-time worker would be entitled to a proportion of that. In part, this is supported by business because business are the ones having to stomach the cost. They're the ones having to pay for it. And if you think of a case of, a small retail shop, for example, might have a range of part-time workers. It's a lot of liability to have on their books to have multiple part-time employees with the sick leave at the same proportion as full-time employees. So we're looking at making it more proportional and much fairer for the system.
Thank you. Sat from Jantiniti.
I'd like to make a bit of a clarification there on the sick leave.
Yeah, let's go.
And the thing is, if you're working 5 days a week at 4-hour days instead of 8-hour days, so you're working part-time, maybe because you're a parent and you've got kids in school.
Yep.
If you took a day's sick leave, you would only get 4 hours pay, not 8 hours pay. You'll get the pay of what your rostered shift is. Now,
Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, the part I can see where Brooke is possibly coming from is, say, if you have that employee who works 1 day a week part-time, say, as your teenage person who works Sundays, getting 10 days sick leave out of 52 days a year. I see where she's coming from. I think she's got this one wrong.
She does.
But I see why she's saying that. But blanking it across the whole sector is possibly not right. Because most part-time workers are workers who are possibly not working 40 hours a week, but are probably still working 30, going out 5 days a week.
Yep.
That's the thing there.
This is the point I wanted to highlight, is that it's dangerous to do this. Because, I'm just thinking about COVID and lockdowns and pandemics and things like that, right? If you've got someone who is sick and you're trying to control a virus or something, or you're trying to control the rate of people who are getting sick in your workplace, if you're not giving that person the sick leave, right, full payment, they will be incentivized to go to work because they don't have enough money to stay home, right? Yeah. And so what could end up happening, like even with the flu, or like a cold, like let's take something minor. Let's not take something as extreme as a pandemic, right? Let's take something a bit more mild, bit more milder, right? If that goes around, that part-time worker has potentially impacted the productivity of all the other workers in the business. So you're better off giving that person what they're currently entitled to under our current legislation, rather than play the stupid game about partial pay and all this stuff. And it's like, no, it's better to keep that person home, right? And, be able to allow them to do the things that they normally do if they're at home, and to have them come into work and make everyone sick.
And also, you do have some companies out there, and I do know this happened at BP in some stores, not the stores I work for. It never happened at Levin or Johnsonville. I do know Appropriations did it, and it was because of the hours they had. They used to do 10-hour days, 4 days a week. Now, in BP, we got overtime once we worked more than 40 hours and once more than worked 8 hours. But certain stores had a different way of rostering, but it was to deal with because it was cheaper to do it this way than it was cheaper to have people work 4 10-hour days a week overall than it was to have 5 8-hour days and a bunch of part-timers. It was the way it was in the BP system. Going by Brooke's system, does someone who works 10-hour days, 4 days a week, do they suddenly get a reduction in sick leave because they are still working 40 hours a week, which is classed as full-time? They're just doing it spread across 4 days instead of 5. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing that it can go in there. And also, if, say, someone is sick when they're working 10-hour days, they may still require a substantial period to take off, and there's also some businesses where they'll do 4 on 4 off, so that muddies the rule on there. Police are, for example, one of the shift structures is 4 days on, 4 days off, and you rotate into a different shift pattern in that 4 days off.
But it's dumb shit. It's shit like this. This is the reason why people are moving to Australia, because they've got better laws around this stuff. But I just want to bring up another point because I don't want to overlook this, and this is the Holiday Act reform. Grant McCallum's saying, "Oh, the Holiday Act." Well, okay, yeah. I just want to quote from the regulatory impact statement. I know you go. I know you sigh when I say that because I'm going to start rambling. But yeah, so to quote them, there has not been there has not been wide consultation on the task force's recommendations. The lack of comprehensive consultation constrained in NBIE's ability to fully understand the impacts and costs of the task force's recommendations. So, according to the regulatory impact statement, yes, there is a need to simplify, address gaps, and reduce implementation requirements for payroll and businesses. I mean, this was also reflected in the 2020 RAS. In their regulatory standard in their regulatory impact statement. Oh, I'm trying to get through this as fast as possible. So yeah, I recommend people read this. It's a boring read, but it's an important read.
partly also what is adding to the confusion of this is the fact that a lot of the annual leaves, the way that it's been accounted for in accounting makes the Holidays Act weird once you put the two together. Because the accounting part of it is you account for, in a financial sense, the accrued part owing at the point the wages are paid. So this is a rule of thumb. And when I first started my business, the magic figure was 16%. It's now 20%. And the reason why that magic figure has gone up is because of 10 days sick leave instead of 5. So that is a cost that's worked out there. So it says currently under the Holidays Act, you get if you get 4 weeks annual leave a year, or but if you leave the job before 12 months, you get 8% holiday pay. But the thing is, in the accounting softwares and all that sort of thing, it accounts for, at the time the wage is earned, the 8% holiday pay and puts it as an accrued amount owing to the employee for accounting purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And that confuses things with the accounting softwares, because if you have fluctuating hours, that really rambles it up, because you get put in a situation of 4 weeks leave or 8%, or what the 8% of your earnings were over the last year spread over 4 weeks, and it's the higher of the two. And when you do have fluctuating hours, it does make a problem in the system. But the accounting aspect of it occurs on a pay cycle basis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that also comes out there, is that a lot of accounting practices are that you set aside the liability amount per pay cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've got this weird system on my books at the moment, is where I owe myself on paper a ridiculous amount of leave. But whenever I've tried to take leave out of the system, it is paying me in zero 3 times my weekly pay packet.
Jeez.
Because of the way, so on my one, I've not taken any leave officially in my business, because the accounting dollar part is not right. Now, I could take it, okay, and probably not pay out the full amount, just leave it as a money owing. But the problem is I have to pay the tax part.
Yep.
That's the part I actually have to pay, is the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And that plays around with tax things there, especially if you get things like supplementary supports and that sort of thing there. So yes, I've not taken annual leave in my business on paper, because it pays me 3 times the amount, and I don't have the cash flow to personally pay me out that, because of the way the accounting part has worked.
Yep, and it's not just the thing with employers, but also impacts employees as well.
Because when they go on annual leave, their pay ain't necessarily in line with what their normal weekly wage is.
Correct.
Yeah, and I remember when the BP payroll system went out, we got caught up with that, and ironically, it was when the NovaPay debacle was happening.
Yep. So again, you're basically reinstating what the regulatory impact statement has said, like that there is a need to simplify the system. I don't think Brooke is the right person to do it.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what she ends up putting out as her bill.
So we'll just have to wait for that.
Yeah. Let's hear more from Brooke.
Just to sup on that, Minister, I've heard your arguments around that, and there's scenarios that I'm really concerned about in this situation, and I want to put a scenario to you and get your comment on it. So if you're in a school, for example, and you've got teacher aides who all work part-time, and most of them work 25 hours a week, but their working day is 5 hours, why should they get less sick leave than their colleagues who work 8-hour working days? So they don't get flu for 50% of the time.
That's the point we made.
So it's concerning that there's this lump in part-time workers saying that, it's not fair, but they're working the same number of days.
So if I can give you possibly the most simple example would be if you have somebody who works a 5-day week and they get ill, they could potentially take 2 weeks off, right? Because they get 10 days sick leave. If you have someone who works maybe 1 day each week, which would be, say it's every Monday, if they had 10 days sick leave, they could, in theory, take 10 weeks off. Those are disproportionate. And so what we're bringing to the system is proportionality. If someone is only working half the week, they should only be entitled to half the amount of sick leave, because for the other portion of the week that they might be sick, they weren't working. And so the business owner shouldn't necessarily be liable for sick leave when that person wasn't working that period of time anyway.
So how many of those cases that you've just said here are those people taking all of that time?
I don't have statistics for.
So then what's the
public
problem?
sector in that respect? But it's about what's right, Jan. We're doing this because we believe it's right.
But it's not based on evidence.
What?
It's about the proportion of time
But
that
it's not
someone
based
is
on
actually
evidence.
working, because time and time again, we put costs onto business all the time. Think of
But it's
all
not
of the
evidence.
compliance that we have.
Doesn't
This is
cost.
about
I'm
what's
gonna-
right in the system.
Yeah.
I don't think there are many people actually out there when I've
You've
talked
got
to
no
people
example.
So can I,
that don't
I'd like to make a point out there. When an employee leaves a business, you don't receive a cash payment for unused sick leave.
Okay, yeah.
So the scenario of where this potentially could happen a lot of, such as your teenager working 1 day a week on a Sunday, I doubt is going to be getting a payout of unpaid sick leave, or is going to take 10 weeks off in a year.
How does that even work, though? It's like, okay, you work 1 day per week, you take 10 weeks off. Wouldn't that make more sense to, like, I don't know, take X amount of... How the fuck
Like-
does that work?
Like,
wouldn't
that
you just-
would imply you have to throw a sickie every second or third Sunday for 10 weeks straight. And, like, here's the other thing is, it states under there for medical certificates.
Does
that
anyone... I mean,
If you take more than 3 days consecutively, doesn't mean you're working,
correct.
you would be required to put in a medical certificate. And a great one is to say, if you take a Friday off and you call in sick on Friday and you call in sick on Monday, even if you weren't rostered on Saturday or Sunday, but that's more than 3 consecutive days in a row, so that's 4 days that you're sick, you would be required to produce a medical certificate.
I mean...
So if someone is taking 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off, 4 weeks off, now you've got to be pretty sick to take 4 1 day a week shifts off in a row. Now I can tell you right now, a doctor is going. I don't think a general sickness of, oh, I had the flu, or I've got a headache, or I've got a cold. I think if you ended up doing that over a week, over a month, red flags will get raised. And the thing is, that cost is not burden on the employer,
Yep.
like a 1 day medical is. That cost is burdened on the employee. So an employee, and I don't know if there are any doctors who issue out for illness. Now, injury is a different story, but for illness, who would issue out, say, a 4-week medical certificate, unless there are things like, maybe it's measles, quarantine things. But those sorts of things, there's guidelines on, both for medical purposes and for employment purposes. You can sit there and walk, basically look up online. If you go, what's the average time frame someone should take if they have measles? You'll find a result on there. You'll find one on WorkSafe New Zealand's website. You'll find one on Ministry of Health.
Yep. It doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, you're sick, so for a week, right? You can't do your job. So you get paid for the 1 day off, right? You don't take 10 weeks worth of pay when you go on your sick leave. You just take the amount that you need, correct?
Correct.
I mean,
yes.
you're an employer, so
yeah. Now, Rajan, you have asked a question. Has Brooke ever worked normal job? No, Brooke has never ran a business. Brooke has never worked a normal union job that we know, not in a full-time capacity. Her only work experience is working on the taxpayer's dime, either as an EA for David Seymour or as an MP.
Holy shit. Okay, so no wonder why she's having trouble with the numbers. Okay, because that's not how it works in reality. People don't take 10 weeks worth of pay for 1 day off.
Yeah.
So, I've got the cold, I need 10 weeks off.
Here's the thing I do for billing for when I do labour calculations in my business. So when I have events, I budget staff at $200 a day per staff member. So let's say the person is working for the business. This is not what they get in their pay packet. This is for the business. That you have staff member working for 8 hours a day, $25 an hour, 8 hours. That's $200. Say so they say that's off work. You're not, if you're off for 10 weeks, you're only getting $200 a pop. You're not getting, a grand. You can't take 6 days off for days you're not rostered on. You cannot
you can't. No, that's where she's making the mistake. That's where the mistake is that she's making. You can't take a sick day off for the days that you're not rostered on. You can't take pay for that either. That's not how it works.
Yeah. It's like, you can't take sick days off. Yeah, you have to be rostered on to get sick pay.
Yes.
You can't even take sick leave in place of annual leave if you get sick while you're on annual leave. You can't do that.
Yep.
Well, actually, I do know of an employer who actually did do that once. Ironically, it was actually at BP. The manager recorded a sick pay instead of annual leave because the person ended up being sick, and actually, it cut into his actual work availability as well. So it was something like we had these. We were at a certain point just to cut back on over ones on leaves and all that, and to train new staff members for different shifts. Some of us were taking, 2 days annual leave off, and then a newbie will come in to train on those 2 days to learn that shift.
Yep.
And what happened was James ended up being sick on those 2 days off. They were asked, can you take annual leave so we can train the newbie? So he got 2 days sick pay. But that wasn't common.
Yeah,
in my situation, I was given annual leave. Well, actually, it was my loo days. But yeah. It was more the fact of staff had to be trained in certain shifts. And in order to do that, it was a way of getting them quickly trained up to do that shift with someone else taking the day off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And of course, temps can be brought in and stuff like that as well. There's ways that employers can get through this problem without losing a worker for 10 weeks. But yeah, to talk to Jeff's point.
Well, put it this way:
Jeff,
when do doctors do home calls these days? I had a friend who wanted a home call from a doctor during COVID, and she couldn't get one, but she wanted a house call because she didn't want to go to a GP's practice.
Oh, well,
I don't know what it was.
And
possibly, yes, the doctor could pay that, but boy, I'd hate to know what the cost is. Plus, the other one is if your employer sends someone other than your GP to do a house call, it could cost the employer nearly $1,000. Is it worth paying $1,000 for a $200 a day sick pay?
Good question. There is a point that I'd like to bring up though. Because I have a sister that's kind of stuck in this situation because she works in a labouring job. Quite often, workers can't get the time they need to go to the doctor. So here's what I would like, and if Brooke Van Velden wants to be based, she can use this recommendation. Please make it that workers can get half a day off based on their doctor's recommendations so they can get a blood test and have them be paid for that. Because workers do get sick and sick workers reduce productivity.
Yeah. And you do get some employers who won't accept you not coming into work until you've had that medical cert.
Yep.
Yeah, there are some.
Ridiculous.
And I can tell you, we had those managers at BP who would not accept the sick day until you had the doctor's note. So if you could get into your GP, and what we meant to do, pay $100 at the after hours clinic. Yeah,
well, I mean, the reason why my sister can't go to the doctor right now is because she's just started her job, right? Yeah. There's kind of like a 6-month thingamajig that she has to work for about 6 months before she can get paid to leave. Yep, and she can't, because she's had to drive all the way from my rural town to Masterton, right? By the time she finishes work, the doctor's offices are closed. She can't get the blood tests that she needs. She can't get the stuff that she needs. They won't give her time off to do it. They won't pay for her to get time off to do it. So that's a problem. That's a problem for new workers, and that needs to be changed.
Yeah. And yeah, Jason's got the point in there. You've got to book 3 weeks in advance. Yep, it's the same with my GP. At the moment, there is a lot of that because he's on a second international trip to the UK this year. My GP, it's something to do with his mother. I just know last time he had a locum, he got his sister-in-law to be the locum. This time around, I don't think that is going to be in there. But yes, you're right. Like, can you even try to do a blood test on the lunch break? Because I don't know what the labs availabilities are like in Masterton. I do know in Wellington, Wellington Hospital is quite a wide set of hours during the week. But that's only at Wellington Hospital. That isn't at, I don't know what Masterton's like, but I doubt that it would have a 7 to 7 sort of hours. It probably has 8 to 5.
Yep, 8 to 5. So, yeah, again, and this is something that should be put into legislation, giving workers, not a full day's worth of pay, but maybe like an hour or two's worth of pay so they can go.
Actually, I had a friend, my friend Graham was in that boat so he had a heart attack, unknown that he had a heart attack. He went to the after hours clinic. He got saw by a lovely doctor called Mary English. Don't hold anything against the fact that it was Bill English's wife. She was the doctor. He speaks very highly of that experience, nothing negative. Thought it was the flu.
Yep, that's fine.
And her advice was, if you still have problems with 3 days, see your GP. 3 days, see his GP. Oh, well, Graham, it's gone on for 3 days now. We need your blood test. Okay, Graham, you can go and do the blood test tomorrow. I understand. Okay, you got work an hour's time. Yes, you can do the blood test tomorrow. Following day, does the blood test. 2 hours after the blood test, phone call at work. Hi, Graham, get yourself to the emergency department of the hospital. You've had a heart attack. And put it this way, a fortnight later, he was having a quad bypass.
Yeah. Shit happens. The stuff does happen.
Yeah, it is.
You've got to make sure that there's a safety net there for workers, especially if they've just started a job, right? You've got to, and that's where, again, this part-time pay thingamajig could come in handy. You could go, okay, we can give that worker, we can have a little bit of put aside.
Actually, I can tell you,
I've never been an employer, so
they did have an account for half a day sick leave.
There you go.
I can tell you that, and it was under the Current Holidays Act.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's continue more with Brooke. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about how different companies do things and how bad some employers are.
Yep.
I don't understand that prorated sick leave is the right thing to do.
So can I ask a
No examples.
Can I ask a sub? Just so I'm 100% clear on this. And so my wife, she works 3 days a week. And when she started her job, having up until this time only ever worked overseas, was quite surprised that even though she works 3 days a week, she was entitled to have the 10 days that her colleagues who work full-time get. So she's been able to utilise 10 days of sick leave, but only working 3 days a week. So what you're suggesting is that on a proportionality basis, she would essentially get 6 days of leave, there or thereabouts, sick leave, and therefore, if she was sick over a 2-week period, she would still get the 2 weeks off that she would normally work, but she wouldn't get 3 and a bit weeks, unlike her colleagues who are working full-time. Have I got it?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's about proportionality, and you've got it in one.
Yeah, I think that she would think that that makes a lot of sense. Parmjit.
So further to that, Minister,
And then
given the
Jana.
feedback that you received from businesses about this issue, that is
Hold on a minute.
kind of qualitative evidence.
Hold on a minute. Okay, all right. So let's talk about this. Okay, so wife works 3 days a week, entitled to have 10 days of sick leave. Does she get paid for the full 10 days or for the 3 days? Like in New Zealand, you just get paid for the 3 days you take off.
3 days at a time. But what are you saying, that she can expect to have 3 and a bit weeks off sick compared to her 5 day a week colleagues who can only have the equivalent of 2 weeks sick at 5 days? I think that's the point he was trying to make.
Okay. In New Zealand, you just get paid for the 6 days you take off, right?
No. You get paid for the 10 days you take off. So what Carl has pointed out.
But you're not rostered. You're not rostered on though.
Yes, but what it is that you can. So you work 3 days a week, but you get but you can use the 10 days over 10 over one shift at 3 days a week. So Carl has made a good point, is the fact that his wife, who only works 3 days a week, can take in sickness, can take 3 weeks off at 3 shifts a week.
Yep.
Whereas her colleagues who work 5 shifts a week, who are only getting 10 days sick leave, would take the equivalent of only 2 weeks off work.
Okay.
So he has made that point. But on the other hand, when people are sick, they don't tend to take a whole week off unless it's for things like surgery.
That's another thing I was going to say too. It's like it's what sort of sickness are we dealing with here? I think that's what's missing from the equation.
Yeah. And I could say one that would be in there where is, if I was at BP when this happened, when I had my appendicitis, instead of the first 6 weeks into running my coffee cart, 6 weeks, maybe 7th week in business, I would have been an example of 2 weeks off work with sick pay, everything in that scenario. That would be a situation where I would have been given 2 weeks sick pay. Now, I'll be honest, don't tell the surgeon this. I was back at the coffee cart 3 days later running the business. But the work I was doing at the coffee cart wasn't going to cause stitches bursting or any of that sort of stuff anyway. Whereas if I was at BP, I would have put my foot down and not come back to work. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
But no, that is possibly the bit he's mentioning on there, is the fact that that 10 days can be spread over 3 weeks instead of 2, because she only works 3 days a week, not 5 days a week.
Yep. Okay. Yep. I see the math now. Yep.
That is kind of a survey that you did yourself. So how prominent was this issue when you were discussing with businesses and different organizations about this issue?
Oh, it's something that businesses want. It makes sense and it's clearer, because if you take that point, this is about costs to business and the balance of getting that fairness right in the system between an entitlement to sick leave for employees versus the cost to a business for the time that someone may actually be working versus how much they can take off. But it's also fairness for other employees. If you've got somebody who is working a full week but gets the same time off for sick leave that someone is working part-time, I'd say there are a lot of employees out there who never knew that their part-time workers were entitled to that and don't think it's fair that the entitlement is the same.
Okay. I'd like to sit there and say, Brooke, a lot more people probably know that. Maybe you didn't know that, but stop generalising what you didn't know as if everyone who works part-time and full-time didn't know that. Because I can tell you right now, every single workplace I worked at, everyone knew about an outer point, 5 days a week. Now it's 10 days. It was 5 days at the point in the workplaces. Everyone knew that. Whether you're part-time, full-time, you got 5 days sick leave a year. No one gave a damn. You're making it out. It's but what about me? Maybe you need to sit down there and have a job in the real world. Maybe run a business. Maybe file a GST return, a PAYE return, be a payroll clerk. Get some real world experience behind you, because as a minister at the moment, you go based on vibes, based on a, fantasy land of a utopia of, the worst case scenario, not the general workings of what happens in a normal workplace. And actually, here's something worth noting. Before we go there, when I worked for BP, both in our individual employment agreements and our equivalent CEAs, we didn't get 5 days sick leave a year, we got 8. I don't know why we got 8, because on a 5-day week, that's only 1.5 weeks. But we had 8 in our employment agreement. Now that would be handy for part-time employees, who may only work, and in BP, your class part-time if you worked 32 hours a week, your class is a part-timer, not a full-timer. You're on mute, Laura. Or something's gone mute. Yeah, no, we're not hearing anything at the moment. Let's see if that can sit there and refresh the connection. Okay, I think Laura's having to reboot. So let's hear a bit more from Brooke while we're waiting for Laura to come back in.
Yeah, I'm going to take a final sup for Tano, and then we're going to move on.
Actually, mine was a primary, but I can take us up if you.
Oh, happy. Or I'll give you the primary, and then Jan can have hers after. I'm sure
Well,
she's.
that's fine.
Yeah, fire away, Tano.
Yeah, my primary is around you're putting forward like a myriad of different changes, a lot. And so what I want to know is the work that you're doing to actually monitor the impact of these changes that you're putting in. Because when I talk to workers, some of them are, I'll be honest with you, getting fed up and they're thinking about leaving the country. And so what work are you doing to measure the impact of all of these different changes, from your changes in health and safety to the parcel strikes and so on and so forth on the workforce? And if you could actually talk to that work in particular, how it actually impacts workers. So we hear a lot from the minister in terms of the impact on business and compliance and so on and so forth. But what about the workers? So if the minister can answer that I'd be grateful.
Oh, thank you for the question. Look, at the heart of a lot of the reforms that I'm doing, it's about building business confidence so that businesses have a greater confidence to hire more employees with higher wages and with better jobs. That's why we're doing a lot of our reforms, because we do want to boost our economy, and that in part flows into workers, where workers have more jobs, they have more opportunities. And one of the ways that we can, over time, measure the outcome of these reforms is whether business confidence is leading to more employment opportunities around the country, and whether or not people have more jobs to go to. The other way that we can measure some of these reforms is actually through WorkSafe's own data that they will keep collecting. And I'm sure you're able to touch on that at a later point with WorkSafe, but they do collect statistics on their prosecutions, on the guidance, how many inspector visits and things that they do. We could potentially use ACC data in the future as well. But by and large, my reforms are to boost business confidence. And so I'd hope to look at business confidence statistics as well.
Business confusion, more like.
Because business confidence will lead to better outcomes for workers and more job opportunities.
There's an assumption, but my question was around the work that you actually got and trained. You've got a whole lot of stuff, a whole lot of balls up in the air. What are you doing to actually monitor and analyse whether the impacts that are happening? And I didn't hear in your answer anything around the particular impacts on workers themselves. What are you going to do to stop workers from sort of just jumping on a plane and going over to Australia or wherever else where they get better work conditions? Those are the sorts of impacts that I think it's fair to have an expectation that will be measured by you and your office. If you could elaborate on that, that would be good.
I think those things are kind of all tied in together. Like you're talking about people getting on a plane and going overseas. There's so many other factors across government that feed into it.
Yeah, and I want to know what your work program is to measure that.
Can we let the minister finish, please, Tana?
Yeah, like if someone doesn't feel like they have the opportunity to buy a home in New Zealand, or they feel they're unsafe on the streets, or they feel like their job opportunities are not wide enough, there are many factors that could fit into someone leaving New Zealand. I don't want people to leave New Zealand.
Or they feel that they're being underpaid.
I want people from my generation to stay here. And it's just frustrating to me that younger people do not feel in some ways that they have as many opportunities as older generations. And I want my friends to come home so that they can contribute to our economy and raise their children in New Zealand. But if I look at some of the things that are happening across government, I think we are going to see that flow through to people wanting to stay here. But we have to get those settings right. And those settings do take time. People are still feeling the effect of the last government. They don't feel as safe, but we're seeing safety improve. We're seeing some of the changes to the Resource Management Act and changes to house prices, and those things will improve as well. But it is relevant to the question. And with the labour market settings that I am underpinning to make more flexible labour markets, we will see greater job opportunities for Kiwis. And if you think of some of the things like the personal grievance settings, if we make it easier for businesses to be able to hire and fire, there are far more job opportunities for young New Zealanders, so they don't feel like they need to leave New Zealand.
Thank you. Tana, have you got?
I mean, that's a great one to sit there and go hire and fire people. But like the fact is here, do you want to sit down there and have people go willy-nilly hire and fire? That does not help boost young person's morale. It will sit down there and go, well, this boss fired me, so all bosses are assholes. And then they'll probably go to Australia. Because you are sitting down there and enabling I'm an asshole employer to get over there. I mean, put it this way. If I was your boss right now, Brooke, you need to go on a performance improvement plan because you aren't doing your job properly. You know?
I think I need. How's my sound working now, guys?
We can hear you a hell of a lot better.
Okay, great. Because I think my brain and my computer also need to go on one of those adventures. Sam, sick leave, right? I was looking up on sick leave, and I should have looked more into sick leave before commenting, because then everything would have made a lot more sense.
I mean, we dedicated 2 hours to Brooke. At the rate we're going, 2 hours so far. And now we've lost Laura again. You're not hitting a key in there, or is there some driver that's in there doing that? Okay, we'll get to more Brooke while we wait for Laura to come back.
Got another sup, or are you done on that?
Well, I mean, I did want to hear about what actual work is in place to actually measure this stuff, and I didn't hear anything on that. I just,
Okay, I'll take that as a comment.
I'll just to add to it. So we, as at MB, we will have a program of looking at the data and the evidence over time. One of the difficulties in this area, which has already been alluded to, is that in some parts of the portfolio, there's very strong administrative data, like in WorkSafe and the Labour Inspectorate. On the general labour market, there isn't, because we don't automatically collect data on people's paying conditions as a matter of course. So some of those areas are much harder to evidence and evaluate over time. And we will periodically do an economic impact analysis of something where they try and look at some of the...
Now let's test Laura's volume.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, my goddamn Microsoft drivers and everything. They just can't handle Brooke. She's breaking my PC.
I know. I had to have fun with mine today trying to download an update. I found out in order to have Windows 10 on the computer, I have to trade in my 128 gig solid state hard drive on that computer to replace it with a 256.
Okay. So what's the moral of the story? Australia has better computers than New Zealand, and people are leaving the country because they're not getting paid.
Yep. Okay, let's continue on there, because we actually sound like we have someone who knows their shit talking at the moment, better than Brooke.
The more macro indicators, but it is harder to measure. But that is something that is on to MB to be thinking about. What's our program of evidence and evaluation over time?
Thank you. Jan Tinetti.
So just on that and following on from that, and it's for you, Minister, I have a list of 15 areas that have majorly impacted on workers since you've come in and have had a negative impact on workers. And then there are currently, I've got, I think, 5 that are currently in process at the moment that you are working, as Tiano said, balls in the air. Is there anything that happened in those first 15 that is influencing the work that you're doing in that 5? What's the evidence that you are gathering to help you with your decision making in those 5 things that you've got in the air at the moment?
Well, Jan, I'm not a mind reader. I have no idea what.
So health and safety, for example, you have, let's see, well, no, you've scrapped fair pay agreements, reinstated 90-day trials, effective cut to minimum wage against official advice. Any of those that have informed you in your current work now? And the results of those cuts, anything that you've used to inform what you're doing now?
They're all very different areas of work that touch on different parts of employment law. For example, the 90-day trials, one area, if you're looking at how it specifically affects the work that I'm doing now, one area would be the 90-day trials policy was brought in under this government as an Act National Coalition item to allow all businesses and all workers access to 90-day trials. It was earlier this year, I believe, where I was alerted to the fact that the 90-day trial system was not working as I had intended under the Act National Coalition, which is why under the Employment Relations Amendment Bill, there is a specific change to the 30-day rule, because I was made aware that 90-day trials were not going to have an effect in all organisations, because if you have a business owner who has a collective agreement in place, all other new employees in that organisation must have the collective agreement for the first 30 days before they can have an individual employment agreement. In many cases, that precludes the ability of the employer to offer a 90-day trial, which is why I am still going for the 90-day trial regime that you've talked about in those first ones, and putting it into the Employment Relations Amendment Bill as an extension of the 90-day trial policy. So to actually answer your question really specifically, that is one area that I'm still working on in relation to those earlier areas.
Okay, I'm going to take a primary from Mike and then a primary from Jantonetti. Oh,
Now, I just want to make this point here. What happens under that 30-day rule if an employee chooses to take the collective agreement? Or what happens if the employer who has their employees under a collective agreement refuses to let their employees go on that collective agreement to enforce a 90-day trial?
Oh, I assumed you had the answer to that question.
Well, I don't actually. But these
Neither
are
do I.
scenarios that Brooke needs to actually take into account. Is the fact that, under that 90-day rule, under that 30-day rule, you might have people who want to opt into the collective agreement, particularly if it's, say, like nursing, which typically is in the public sector is very highly unionised. Teaching is, most public school teachers are unionised. I can tell you right now in Wellington, we have a very high bus driver unionship rate. Now, that is different to the regions, but in Wellington, we have a very high unionship rate. If you sit there and talk about Transdev, where Ray works, everyone's in the Rail Maritime Union. It's like, is that rule going to, say, sidestep someone from having a collective agreement, or say, oh, you're not allowed a collective employee agreement until you've sat there and passed your 90-day trial? That's the can of worms you're going to sit there and open.
Yep. Oh, well, we know how much she hates unions, so of course she's going to do dumb shit to try and get rid of unions. I mean, knowing her, she probably sit there and try to outlaw them. Yeah.
Well, she hasn't quite got to that point, but I was going to say, if ACT got more votes in Parliament, I wouldn't be surprised if they sat there and do it, considering in the United States and Florida, there have been attempts to try and disband unions amongst the teaching profession.
Yep.
I am booked out.
Yep.
So, shall we take a very quick break?
Yep.
So that we can at least have get to the toilet and all that sort of stuff. And then we'll continue on with Nicola Willis.
Yep, sounds good.
And I think you'll be trading in one with the other.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Yep. So let's roll on and have a break.
Yep.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars, we breathe rare. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive.
And good evening. I'd like to introduce myself as suffering from being burnt out by Brooke and Velden. And I'd like to join you by my new friend, Brooke my computer. And how's things going there with Brooke my computer? I'm sorry, we're having difficulty hearing you there, Brooke my computer. However, I'd like to also say who has sat there and joined us. That I see Kiwi-Birb has jumped in and joined us. So, you know, if you want to type in how you've been, type it into the chat. What new things can sit there and be put out? Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. It's one of those fun parts there. So let's kick off and see if we can change myself from suffering from being burnt out by Brooke to being burnt out by Nicola. So we'll kick off with the Minister of Finance for Vote, Finance and Fiscal Strategy 2025. And I think our colleague, has joined us back. It beats the empty computer chair.
Did you have a good chat with the Rocone?
Yeah, not much of a talker.
No, he's it's shy.
And that's all right. You need to put in 7.5 of those out just to pay 1 hour's wages for a stop-go sign holder.
Ah, yes.
Okay, let's kick off with the Minister of Finance. Let's just a moment. We're going to change that. That's what we want. And let's kick it off. Just a moment while we change the speed. Here are Nikki No Boats.
Get a scrub of visuals. Morning, Barbara. Can we just give a warm welcome to our friends, this delegation from the Solomon Islands?
What the hell?
And Barbara, what brings them here?
They might like to explain that to you. Because I'm very interested at the moment around Haiti report finance and expenditure because some of them have the same role as you do. So they're interested in our parliament and how it works and how our select committees work. This has been listening to the scrutiny on the ministry of people. So it does.
Oh, very good.
But you might like to say something.
I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Colleague here is the chair of the Public Expenditure.
Oh, very good.
So our budget comes through us on this committee level like this. And after they spend it, goes to this committee to have a look at how they spend the public money.
Very good.
We just here is observing how New Zealand does this in the committee stages.
Yes, very good. Nice to have you here.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Hello, Peter. My name is Barbara Edmonds. I'm the Labour Party finance spokesperson. My great-grandfather is from Malaita, so welcome to you all. It's really nice to see you here.
Oh, very nice.
Welcome.
Oh, welcome, Minister.
Good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Rennie. Good morning.
Very nice.
Thank you. It is 9 o'clock now, members. Members, I just wanted to 9:30 at least. I just wanted to make some introductory comments myself, just to set framework for today and the expectations. I'll endeavour to ensure that this is a constructive and quarterly 2-hour session. The Minister has generously given us 2 hours, and so we can get through a lot in 2 hours at a reasonable pace without rushing it. I will take questions off members if they are ongoingly rude. We're going to have more of a focus on relevancy and more of a focus on this financial year. I will treat any outbursts of swearing as highly disorderly and will use sanctions provided in the standing orders if it gets to that, which I'm sure it won't. I'll also ask members to refrain from chatting amongst themselves. We're getting some complaints through, as is the clerk's office, that the members of the public and even our own staffers are struggling to hear sometimes because of the chat. So I will shut that down if you're talking, because the microphones are picking you up and it's more prominent on the parliamentary TV. I'll also ask that members do not ongoingly disrupt the minister or the officials and let them answer their questions. Again, orderly and constructive. We've got a hard finish of 11:30. I don't want to have to suspend meetings because that just digs into your time. The opposition will get 2/3 of questions, as is tradition, and we will kick off with Barbara Edmonds. But first, Minister, welcome. Congratulations on your second budget. I know you've had a very busy couple of months, at least, and we look forward to your introductory remarks in the next 2 hours.
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify, please? Will we be following standing orders?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. Thank you for inviting me to the committee. At the table today, I have Ian Rennie, the Treasury Secretary, and Struan Little, a man who has helped piece together more budgets than just about any other living New Zealander. If the Chair permits, I will make some introductory remarks. As set out in the Fiscal Strategy Report, the key elements of the government's fiscal strategy are to reduce core Crown expenses towards 30% of GDP, to return the headline operating balance measure to surplus, to put net core Crown debt as a percentage of GDP on a downward trajectory towards 40% and keep it below that in the longer term. Members are aware that Treasury's recommended net debt ceiling is 50% of GDP, and that has had bipartisan support. We are aiming for 40% because the ceiling should never be the target. History shows that one economic shock on its own can push debt up by 20% of GDP, and we have to allow for that. That is precisely the point of having moderate amounts of debt, so debt can increase significantly in a crisis or a shock. But once that buffer is used, it has to be restored again. Otherwise, debt just ratchets up and up. Members will also be aware that the fiscal track, while improving in an absolute sense, has been revised downwards over several forecasts. These revisions have been driven by economic factors outside the government's control. They are factors that would have impacted whoever was sitting in the chair as the Minister of Finance at the time, including in the most recent update by the imposition of new US tariffs and the resulting global uncertainty and its impacts for international growth projections. So in the face of that, the question is, what can the government do? Well, what the government can do is control its discretionary spending in the budget, and we have done that. Since the pre-election fiscal update, our budget packages and allowance changes have improved the operating balance by $2.3 billion compared to what it otherwise would have been. The latest forecasts show core Crown expenses falling over the forecast period, reaching 30.9% of GDP by 28-29, so well on the way to our 30% target. The budget forecasts also show Obergalics gradually improving after 25-26, returning to a modest surplus of $0.2 billion by the end of the forecast period. And they show the debt curve bending down over the forecast period from going up to 46% of GDP to beginning to go down. It's instructive, I think, members to consider the choices that the government has been able to make. And we have conducted an exercise in my office to see what would have happened if we hadn't delivered the savings packages in last year's budget and this year's budget, savings which have been questioned by opposition members in many instances. Taking that exercise, in the absence of the savings packages in last year's budget and this year's budget, we would be looking at significantly larger deficits and significantly more debt. For example, in the 25-26 year, while we are currently forecasting a deficit of around 12 billion, that number would be 23.4 billion if it weren't for the government's savings drives. In that 25-26 year, whereas we're forecasting debt at 43.9%, it would be 47.7%. That effect would continue throughout the forecast period, meaning that by the 26-27 fiscal year, we would blow the debt ceiling and be at 51.7%, and it would continue to climb, going to 53.8% and then 55% in subsequent years, with the deficit position continuing into the forecast period. My point is a simple one, members, which is that New Zealand's economy, as have many economies around the world, has gone through a very challenging period, and we must respond to that, but we cannot take responsibility for all of those impacts. What we can take responsibility for are our choices, and I believe that the government has made prudent choices in light of the global economic conditions we face. Another thing that the government can do and must do is introduce growth-enhancing policies that result in a larger economy and therefore a stronger set of books and stronger living standards for New Zealanders. Those changes in some instances deliver immediately and in the short term. In other instances, they are required to set the foundations for better long-term productivity and growth. In this year's budget, for example, we introduced the investment boost policy, which allows New Zealand businesses to immediately deduct 20% of the cost of qualifying assets on top of depreciation. That increases after-tax returns on investment and will help lift New Zealand's capital stock, GDP and wages. And I note and acknowledge the support from members around the table for that policy. The budget also included a number of other growth-enhancing measures, not all of which are reflected yet in the Treasury forecasts. They include our changes to grow New Zealanders' KiwiSaver balances, which should increase the amount of investment available in New Zealand for New Zealand assets and financial instruments. They include our changes to introduce Invest New Zealand to attract a higher rate of overseas capital into our firms and enterprises. They include substantive and well thought through changes to our education settings to ensure that more young people, particularly those with additional learning needs, receive the support they need early in order that they can achieve and contribute more to our economy in the longer run. They include our ongoing commitment to infrastructure investment, ensuring that infrastructure funding is tied to productivity enhancing infrastructure assets. Our changes to ensure that the Crown-funded research, science and technology system is better tied to the commercial needs of our firms and industries. Ongoing work to reform the Resource Management Act to free up development, our decision to provide additional funding to elevate New Zealand. Collectively, these choices matter. It is the position of Treasury to be very conservative before reflecting potential growth impacts in their forecasts. However, I am optimistic and confident that by continuing this focus on growth-enhancing initiatives, we will see New Zealand's economic position recover over these next 4 years and into the future. I will leave it there and say that I am happy to take the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the Honourable.
Well, that feels like a bit of a long start up.
Okay. Am I on mute or am I?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. Right. Okay, so what did I get from that? I got a bunch of numbers, which is, good. She should be able to answer questions relating to the debt ceiling. She should be able to answer questions relating to projections of where the budget's going to go and what it's going to result in. She should be able to answer questions on the economic impacts of the policies. So these are the things that I'm looking for, right? She should be able to answer those questions. If she can't, I'll point that out.
Okay. And some of the footwear that people think Nicola wears?
Huh?
I bet she wears steel-capped boots. Not sure if that's you or Nicola Willis, or maybe both.
I wear steel-capped boots. I don't know about her.
I do as well. Well, depending what type of footwear, often they are the steel caps, but they're the ones that have got the support for the ankles.
Depends if I'm operating a chainsaw or not.
Oh, well, when you operate a chainsaw, you should definitely be wearing steel caps.
Yes, you should.
Yeah. Okay, let's kick it off. Barbara Edmonds.
Barbara Edmonds.
Good morning, Minister. Just want to acknowledge Dominic Stevens and Lani Fruit. This will be your last estimates hearing with us. Thank you very much for your service to the Treasury. Minister, this year's budget included a return of funding of $144 million from the Reserve Bank. Through Official Information Act requests, your office sought a meeting with the previous Reserve Bank Governor on the 5th of February, then the 7th of February, and then the 10th of February. The Reserve Bank Governor at the time, Adrian Orr, declined to meet due to the blackouts that occurred during the monetary committee stages. A meeting was therefore held on the 24th of February with the Reserve Bank Governor at the time, Adrian Orr, the Chairperson, Professor Neil Quigley, and the Deputy Governor at the time as well. As well as the funding for the RBNZ, the Acting Reserve Bank Governor on the 8th of May in this committee confirmed that you also discussed a review of the capital requirements. Adrian Orr also resigned on the 5th of March. In the meeting on the 24th of February, did you at all indicate to the then Governor, Adrian Orr, that the decisions on the Reserve Bank's funding could be affected by the Reserve Bank's position or review of the capital requirement rules?
No, I did not. I have previously confirmed that at that meeting there were 3 key topics which were discussed. The first was the Reserve Bank's progress on implementing recommendations following the Commerce Commission's review into banking competition and my letter of expectations to the Reserve Bank. That took up quite some time in the meeting. The second item that was discussed was the capital adequacy ratios and whether or not the Reserve Bank was seeing some of the impacts that had been predicted when they chose to increase those ratios in 2019. The third topic, discussed more briefly, was the funding review. As the member will be aware, the funding agreement between the Reserve Bank and the Minister of Finance is a discussion that occurs between the Reserve Bank Board and me, and that was covered in the meeting.
It's become apparent that Adrian Orr's resignation was because of those discussions on the 24th of February. At the time of his resignation, did you know the reasons for his resignation?
Well, the Reserve Bank Board is the employer of the Reserve Bank Governor. And so at all times, I have been, I think, appropriately careful not to insert myself into that employment relationship. I was advised on the 24th by Treasury Secretary Ian Rennie that employment discussions had commenced between the Reserve Bank Board and the Reserve Bank Governor. And while it was possible for me at the time to speculate on a number of issues which could have contributed to those discussions, I have judged it prudent not to do so, noting that the Reserve Bank Board ultimately formed an exit agreement with the Reserve Bank Governor and has been best placed to speak about that.
So you were aware of his resignation, but you're also aware of speculation. What was your speculation?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's one thing to link the funding of the Reserve Bank to the budget, but speculating on an employee of an independent Crown entity, I don't see how it's relevant to this environment.
Yeah, no.
I'm speaking to her response, which is around.
Well, let's keep it on the estimates, not on speculation about the former Reserve Bank Governor's resignation last financial year. Okay. Well, it's a pretty tenuous link. Let's get back to the budget. Let's get back to the budget.
Member Edmonds made an assumption, which is not what I said. I was informed on the 24th that employment discussions had commenced. As to the reasoning for those, it is purely the member speculation that the cause of that was the funding agreement. As has been clarified by the Reserve Bank subsequently in Official Information Act requests, they have formed the view that disagreements between the board and the Reserve Bank Governor and the government over the level of funding that the Reserve Bank required had contributed to those employment discussions.
Minister, are you aware of Section 171 of the Reserve Bank Act that safeguards the independence of the Reserve Bank?
Yes, I am, and I take it very seriously, which is why I have judged it is not appropriate for me to speculate on the comings and goings of the employment arrangements between the Reserve Bank Board and its governor.
Okay. Besides the Act, are you aware that one of the key tenets for the independence of a central bank, as supported by both the IMF and the Peterson Institute for International Economics, is that the Reserve Bank has budgetary independence from the register? Why does your funding agreement with the Reserve Bank have a new clause, paragraph 7, that requires a return of underspends, a clause that is not in any funding agreement between the Reserve Bank and Grant Robertson, Bill English or Michael Cullen? Therefore, effectively, your 5-year funding agreement is actually an annual funding agreement.
Well, I reject the member's characterisation. It has been a long-standing feature of New Zealand's Reserve Bank framework that funding for the Reserve Bank is negotiated between the Finance Minister and the Board. This is common sense in the sense that the government ultimately needs to take control of its own fiscal strategy and needs to ensure that the funding it provides to the Reserve Bank is sufficient to carry out its statutory functions, but beyond that has discretionary choices about the level of funding. I sought throughout the funding agreement discussions to ensure that we had a clear view that the funding being provided was sufficient for the Reserve Bank to carry out its statutory functions. I became aware during those discussions that the Reserve Bank had engaged in a practice where it was bringing forward underspends, which had the effect of ramping up its effective budget out of line with the funding agreements that had been set. I have been given confidence by both the Reserve Bank Board and the Treasury that the level of funding we have provided is sufficient for the Reserve Bank to carry out its statutory functions. In fact, the Treasury advised me that we could agree to a lesser amount of funding and be satisfied that those functions could be carried out. However, I listened to the submissions from the Reserve Bank Board, who were of the view that the level of funding that we eventually struck was appropriate and would give them greater confidence in their ability to carry it out in functions.
So why are you
Okay, last supplementary, and then we're going to move on to close corporate.
Why are you the only finance minister who has ever had this particular clause, which effectively makes a 5-year funding agreement a 1-year funding agreement? Because I'm pretty sure Grant Robertson, Bill English, Michael Cullen would have the same views around efficiencies. However, you are the only finance minister that has that clause.
Well, that doesn't reflect my understanding. I think that there was actually not necessarily a view that the Reserve Bank was able to carry over funding beyond what had been agreed to in the 5-year funding agreement. Perhaps I'll ask Ian Rennie, the Treasury Secretary.
I've got all the agreements here.
I will ask the Treasury Secretary to address this point.
Mr. Rennie to respond, and then we're going to move to the next question.
I think that the way it's been characterised by the member doesn't reflect necessarily the facts of the case.
Thank you. If you can clarify that.
So I think there's points. One is to come back to actually this the agreement between the Minister and the Board is with the full agreement of the Board. And the Board has at no stage given advice that they are unhappy about this provision. I think the second point is in the course of very lengthy discussions with the Reserve Bank around the funding agreement, there were advice sought by both the Treasury and Reserve Bank about this issue of can you carry forward underspends, etc. And that legal advice was somewhat unclear, and that's why the position was made clear in this funding agreement. And it was, and that was something that the Reserve Bank sought clarity of through our engagements.
Which is to say that it's not actually clear that the Reserve Bank were ever able to carry forward underspends in the way that they did, per the law as it stood. That had become their practice over the past 5 years, but there was dispute as to whether or not they were legally able to do that. So we sought to clarify that in the terms of the agreement going forward.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go.
There's one more question.
Well, we've had 7, but anyway, one more.
So do you accept any responsibility at all for the resignation of the Reserve Bank Governor, Adrian Orr?
No, the Reserve Bank Governor is responsible for his own resignation.
Yeah, okay. Again, let's get...
Okay, you learn something new every day. I didn't know about this funding thing about, was it underfunds being carried forward into future financial years?
That sounds like something we ought to be concerned about.
Well, yeah, considering it's something that is often said that people would rather have happen than having, this is particularly a bitch and moan people make about local councils, particularly usually about this time of year they're doing what they would call spend the money before the end of the financial year budget spends. And it's like, sort of thing there. And because for local councils, they can't carry underfunds from previous years into future budgets. It's a use it or lose it sort of system. And I'm wondering, is Nicola enforcing that use it or lose it sort of system onto the Reserve Bank, which by the sounds of it has previously done that, whether they were legally allowed to do that or not, but have done it.
Now that is interesting and concerning, but it's interesting, and I want to look more into it when I have the time to do so.
Yeah, because I do know that that is something that is often seen as a wish in an accounting sense that could exist. Now, I do know the good thing about councils is that they have 10-year budgets.
Yep.
So there is flexibility that you can spread those costs or the projected spend for the rates as you bill out to your ratepayers over a 10-year period, because your budget's set over 10 years, but it's what's in the annual plan of the budgets is where it becomes a bit airy-fairy, or where you've got that very tight deadline. But that's something which I do believe should be, is that if you don't spend the money in one budget, should you be allowed to carry over into the next budget as excess cash, that means you save yourself asking more money in future budgets.
I mean, I would go with yes, but I would like to ask an economist what they think of such a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have dial Craig Rennie.
Yeah, Craig! Get on my... Where's my phone? 0800 Craig!
0800 Rennie? Yeah. I think 0800 Rennie might be a better one than 0800 Craig. Hey, let's see if we can get that 0800 number. Okay, let's continue on with Nikki Noboats.
Let's get on to the 25-26 estimates. I'm going to go to Chloe Swilbrook.
So, Minister, you've spoken quite a lot about our levels of public debt. I'm interested in the correlation to private debt in particular. So I guess just as a starter for 10, could you tell us what the level of private or household debt is currently in this country?
I don't have that number to hand, but of course we know what the contributors are to private debt. On the one hand, what is critically important is that incomes are able to keep up with prices. We have been through a period in New Zealand history in which inflation has far exceeded wage increases, with the impact that people's real wage position across many households reduced, and that of course can lead to debt accumulation. There are also choices which individual households and families make about the level of savings that they maintain. But a key contributor to private debt in New Zealand, which I and I know you are conscious of, is housing affordability. And what we know in New Zealand is that we have been through a period in history when house price increases have been significant and have outpaced wage growth, meaning that many households have had to take on more debt in order to have housing security. And I will never forget the year in which you and I sat as opposition members around this table, in which house prices increased 30% in 1 year under a Labour government. In terms of contribution to debt positions, that was very significant.
Okay, I really appreciate quick back and forth with noting that there's obviously a lot to unpack in all of those, but just to be really clear for the record, household debt as a percentage of household nominal disposable income at December 2024 was 169%. Can you tell me your understanding of the differential between the kind of cost of debt servicing for a household versus for the government?
Well, debt servicing, of course, has a very real cost. In the case of the government, the interest bill on New Zealand's debt will be rising from 9 to more than 12 billion over the forecast period. $9 billion is a difficult figure to conceive, so to give you a sense of it, that would be enough to fund the annual operating costs of the following functions combined: the New Zealand Police Force, the New Zealand Defence Force, the New Zealand Customs Service, the entire New Zealand Prison Service, and the entire Ministry of Justice. So that interest bill is significant, and there is an opportunity cost for each of those dollars, which would otherwise have been able to be invested in public services.
So to answer my own question, household debt servicing was 10.3% of households' disposable income, which is 5 times higher than government debt servicing. Do you accept that debt servicing costs for government is 5 times lower, therefore, than it is for private households?
I think that the member should bear in mind that one of the things that New Zealanders look to the government for is a sense of security that were there to be a significant economic shock, be that a major climatic event, a biosecurity incursion, a significant earthquake, they would want the government to be in a position where it could undertake borrowing that households may not be able to undertake in order to buffer against shocks. We have seen that following the Christchurch earthquake with the wage protections that were put in place. We saw that during COVID with the wage and business support payments that were put in place. So to some extent, I think it is the expectation of New Zealand households that the government maintain prudent enough levels of debt that it can be there on the rainy day. And I think that that balance is appropriate.
What do you think it says about debt in general, the fact that Standard & Poor's increased or upgraded our credit rating during COVID-19 when we increased debt by 20%?
Well, I think that that reflects the fact that countries around the world were in difficult positions at that time. But I would note that we simply cannot take our credit rating for granted. There are two observable factors which credit rating agencies are watching very closely in New Zealand's case. The first is the historic size of our current account deficit, and the second is our ongoing deficit and debt positions, which have slipped successively in recent years. And that rating matters not just to us because of our debt servicing costs and therefore our ability to borrow globally, but also the run-on effect it has for every New Zealander with debt, who will find that the interest bill is higher if there is a credit rating downgrade. So the government's decisions on its management of its own fiscal position have real and material effects for New Zealanders. I do empathise with the member's concern, which is that New Zealanders who are carrying high levels of debt face a financial burden. The question is, how does the government best address that? And it is my philosophical view that the best way that we address that is create the economic conditions in which New Zealanders can have more secure jobs, can face greater wage increases, are in an environment of stable inflation, are in an environment where interest rates aren't so high that their debt servicing becomes unbearable. And all of those factors go to good economic management. And overwhelmingly, it is countries that are wealthier, it is countries that have grown faster, that are better able to provide the choices and opportunities for individuals and households that allow them to have more comfortable debt positions.
And indeed, what much of the international commentary will tell us is that our structural deficit comes from our tax distortions, and also the point that SNP has made about that upgrade was to do with the credibility, predictability and transparency of government spending plans. So I guess the kind of factual then, why do you believe that Standard & Poor's downgraded our councils in terms of their credit ratings in March? What did they tell us?
Well, the commentary, which I don't have to hand, as I recall, reflected the fact that they had concerns about the ways that some of our councils are managing their debt position, are making choices about their investments and their deficit positions.
What they told us was that it was the revocation of the government's Three Waters program and the fact that our councils do not have the revenue necessary to meet their mandate. But I guess I just wanted to get to the core point, which is that, do you understand?
I don't accept that assertion, by the way.
Well, that is what Standard & Poor's said in their own report. So do you understand that investment in our infrastructure in particular and in our public sector capacity can improve our resilience and reduce the impact of entirely predictable shocks, whether they be, for example, environmental shocks or otherwise?
Yes, I do, which is why the government is committed to ongoing infrastructure investment and resilience and productivity enhancing investments. I would also point out the corollary, which that member tends to forget, which is that every dollar of infrastructure investment that the government makes is ultimately, and I'll just finish my answer if I can, Mr. Chair, is ultimately funded by taxpayers. Taxpayers pay us either today, providing tax for the government that would otherwise be their own income, or taxpayers tomorrow who are required to pay off debt when it becomes unmanageable. Now, if we were to tax New Zealanders more, and I recognise that that is the member's position, I believe she wishes to add $44 billion worth of taxes to New Zealanders. The impact of that for individual New Zealanders would be to reduce their financial choices, resilience and security. More to the point, I believe putting that level of additional tax on our economy at this moment in our economic recovery would put that recovery at risk, therefore jeopardising the jobs and incomes of every working Kiwi.
Are you familiar with this IMF report that came out last week on our productivity challenges?
I have not reviewed that report as yet.
If I were to tell you that what was identified by the International Monetary Fund with regard to our real structural challenges around productivity are to do with capital misallocation, that is that we are seeing a lot of our money currently being invested in real estate and our infrastructure deficits and in low innovation, particularly as a result of a lack of government investment in R&D and in research. Would that resonate with your understanding of the world and our productivity challenges?
I think you've seen in our recent budget this government's tenacious willingness to address the fact that New Zealand needs greater rates of capital intensity and productivity enhancing investments in our firms. That is precisely why we introduced the investment boost policy to provide a genuine tax incentive for firms to make investments in capital, which will enhance their ability to be more productive and to grow faster. It is also why we have identified, as have several IMF and OECD reports, that one of the factors leading to New Zealand's low rates of capital intensity is the fact that we have a very restrictive set of rules when it comes to foreign direct investment, and in fact, very low rates of foreign direct investment when compared to other countries that we like to compare ourselves with. It is simply the case that countries that better allow foreign capital to flow into their firms and productive sectors are better able to reach the levels of capital intensity that lead to greater productivity and wage growth. So that is why the government is both reforming the Overseas Investment Act and introducing Invest New Zealand to ensure that we are better able to capture cash from around the world looking for a home, because if that cash can help create better New Zealand jobs and better New Zealand incomes, we should be rolling out the welcome mat, not putting out the stop sign.
Last supplementary.
May I ask why you choose to cherry pick and overblow one particular variable with regard to, for example, the access to international capital, when the IMF, the OECD and a range of international players have consistently pointed out that the biggest barrier to productive investment in this country is our tax distortions, which see money flowing into housing?
I disagree with the member's characterisation, and I could equally accuse you of cherry picking. The most recent OECD report on the New Zealand economy was very clear about two things that we should be doing right now. One, undertaking fiscal consolidation in the face of deteriorating books and significant demographic challenges, and two, focusing on productivity enhancing and growth enhancing reform. That is exactly what the government is doing, and I'm happy with the economic choices we are making.
I strongly disagree with that.
Thank you. I'll go to our deputy.
Okay, so before we get to some serious stuff, I have gone and found out if the phone number 0800 Rennie is available. And we have some bad news. So the phone number is 0800 736 639, which is RENNEY, which is the vaccination health line for the Ministry of Health.
Oh, okay.
I just thought I'd point that out. Don't go Rennie on 0800 Rennie ain't gonna work.
No, well, I mean, you might get vaccination advice. Shoot. Yeah.
But I thought that would just be something that we could actually have a bit of a laugh about.
Yes. I'm just
Donald
downloading
Craig reading, but unfortunately, 0800 reading will take you into the Ministry of Health vaccination line.
I'm just downloading a copy of the OECD Economic Outlook report because I think it'd be a very fun read. But I know people like I know there's one particular individual, I will not name names, but they keep saying, "Oh, I hope you'll be hard on Chloe as well." Yeah, I think Chloe might have got her numbers wrong when it comes to New Zealand private debt as a percentage to nominal GDP. I'm not quite sure what number she's referring to, but the chart that I've got access to, all the stats. Now, to be fair, this is from July last year, so take it with a grain of salt. Debt may have gone up. But what I've got here is that the percentage of debt, private debt to nominal GDP, and by the way, Nikki should know this, right? Nicola should know this data. She should have this data on hand. It's about 136%. So that's gone up. Private debt has gone up since this coalition has come in. Private debt was actually on the way down when the Labour Greens and Labour Green coalition was in.
Yeah, funny that.
So people go, "Oh yeah, why are you not grilling Chloe?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I will point out if there's something wrong, and I expect people to do this with me as well. By the way, if you get something wrong, you get corrected."
And I also wonder when she uses her figure of 5-1.
Yep.
Is she using the figure of households are spending 5 times as much money, 5 times more on servicing their personal household debt than servicing the government's debt?
That's why I've
That's
why I've downloaded the OECD report, because I'm hoping that maybe she got the
It
numbers
has
from
a
there.
set of numbers that actually help make some more sense.
Yeah, I'm going to look that up now, see if that's in the report. Come on. Here we go. Private debt. Are those numbers there? Okay, so I don't know where Chloe's got her numbers from. It would have been really helpful to know where she got that from, because I can't find it in the OECD report. So just I will say things like I will go, I don't know where this data is from. I'd like to know where that data is from, even if it comes from my side of the fence, right?
Yep. Yes, that is good. Not like the people who don't want to hear you say that. Well, they will conveniently ignore it. Yep.
Because at the end of the day, right, I'm a libertarian and I hate everyone. No, it's just joking. I don't hate everyone. but I'm naturally skeptical of central government. So I like to make sure that, we're working with accurate figures here, so we're making the best policies possible.
Yep. And I love what Shaz has just put on there.
Yeah, that's what we do. We love correcting each other.
Yeah. Most of us do.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear more, this time from the government side, from questions for Nikki. No votes.
Chair Ryan Hamilton. Thanks, Chair. Just one primary and possibly a sup on that. Minister, savings and reprioritisation was again a big feature of this budget. Can you elaborate how you'll continue to look for savings over the budget and forecast?
Yeah, well, look, I'm really proud of the collective efforts of our ministers to continuously drive for value for money. We are conscious that every dollar we spend is spent on behalf of New Zealand taxpayers. And the question I think all of us should ask before we spend another dollar is, what difference would that dollar have made in a family whose budget is stretched each week, who at the supermarket aisle are having to make very difficult choices about which food they purchase for their kids' lunchboxes? And so we have had a continuous savings drive, both to identify areas of spending which are no longer driving the gains that were hoped for, but also to make sure that funding can flow to its highest priority uses. Now, granted, there will be different value judgments about those. We in this budget put $420 million into the police. Others around this table would defund the police. We stand by that choice.
We're actively
Our
defunding the
savings
police.
initiatives delivered in our first budget $23 billion worth of savings over the forecast period, and this budget $21 billion worth of savings over the forecast period. The simple reality for anyone wanting to manage New Zealand's finances over the next few years is that we can't simply rain more money into every budget. We always need to be looking for savings to top up the discretionary investments that we make elsewhere.
Very good. And just a supplementary on that, as you work through some of the, the legacy financial issues that have been enshrined, were there any surprises where there were investments made over time that didn't deliver outcomes?
Yes, that has been a feature of our journeys of discovery through the government books that there have been a number of areas which we have identified where we haven't seen the bang for buck that we think New Zealand taxpayers would expect. And ministers have been forthcoming in bringing forward savings. In other cases, we have seen the opportunity to make policy changes, which in the long run will have positive fiscal effects, but we also think positive economic and social effects. An example of that is our initiative in this year's budget, where we've identified that while 18 and 19-year-olds have every opportunity to enter education or training that is subsidised by the taxpayer, increasingly we are seeing a number of them choose to be on the job seeker benefit. That is bad for them. The stats are pretty clear that if you end up on a job seeker benefit at that age, the chances are you will be on that benefit for many years into the future, which is a terrible undermining of human potential. So in this budget, we have introduced savings by saying that in future, 18 and 19-year-olds will have eligibility for a job seeker benefit tested against parental income. The intent of the policy is very clear. It is to say we want those young people either in a job or in training. And that is the best place for them. The corollary is also a fiscal saving.
Okay, thank you. We've got one supplementary from and then we're going to go to Dr. Deborah Russell.
Yeah, primarily springboarding off of your answer to that primary question in which you conflated effectively a government with a household. I just wanted to understand your understanding of the multiplier effect of government spending.
Well, that depends on the quality of government spending. And it is wrong to assume that every time that the government spends a dollar that creates positive impact, because there's always an opportunity cost, as I've just outlined, which is that you then need to consider, would the dollar spent through government consumption create more positive impact than a dollar spent through private consumption? And certainly when you look through the books over recent years, the shift in New Zealand has been increasing amounts of our overall economic resource being tied up by the state, with higher rates of government spending proportional to our economy. That has coincided with decreasing rates of productivity by the state, which is to say that the impact it has had from the spending it has made has been low. And anecdotally, members will have heard this from members of the public who say, well, I know that we racked up more than $120 billion of extra debt under the last government. I know that spending blew out, but what do we have to show for it? And so we are always conscious in this government that when the private sector has more resources, it can make good discretionary choices about where to invest and how to spend, that in many cases can be productivity and growth enhancing.
Okay, we're going to leave it at that. We're going to go to the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I wanted to focus my questions around.
Okay, well, hold on there, Deb. We'll get to some more serious things on there.
I want to know, she keeps saying, 18 and 19-year-olds, they're choosing to be on job seekers. I wonder, I hope Deborah asks you this. What are the stats for the underutilisation rates? Give me the stats for that. Because what I'm looking at here, and I've got the Treasury report open, is that the amount of people that are going on job seekers is going to increase, and that's because a lot of our experienced workers, we have an aging workforce, right? Now, when you're pushing back things like superannuation, right, what's going to happen? Older people are going to stay on the job, okay? Younger people are not going to get employed because they don't have the same level of experience as the older generations do, right? And so they're creating the gap artificially. So you're going to end up with these people, right, younger people who need jobs now so they can get the experience they need to be productive in a couple of years' time. But because National has kicked the can down the road by proposing to increase the age of superannuation, right, they've created this gap. And that's not good because young people are going to either do one of two things. They're going to go on job seekers or they're going to go over to Australia to get a job. Yeah,
exactly. And here's the other thing is, why are people signing up to job seekers versus, say, student allowance? Is that because the means testing has made them ineligible for student allowance?
Good question.
Because that's the other thing. One of the reasons why I never studied is because I tried to get independent circumstances, and what a nightmare it was. And I had a friend who also had to, every year, prove her dead mother was dead to retain independent circumstances.
Yep. So you didn't even consider going to government subsidised courses like with Te Wānanga or anything like that?
She was at Victoria. For me, it was, I wanted a job. Oh, no, we want you in education. How about you do this NCA Level 1 course? What's the point of it, NCA Level 3? No, our records show you're a fifth form dropout at Horowhenua College. You go, I didn't go to Horowhenua College, I went to Appropriations. Have you even read my CV?
Yeah.
Well, that was a bit discount. Said, okay, fine, I'll go and do a computer science thing at UCOL. And what a muck around I got with that, trying to get student allowance.
Yeah.
And so in turn, I didn't end up studying. And, and later on I got a job at BP.
I mean, I had the opposite problem. I ended up overstudying. And even with the qualifications, I still didn't get a job.
Yeah. Well, I know the student line, but, I was straight up bullied into doing that, and look where it ended up.
Yeah.
Well, look what result it delivered. Yeah. Okay, let's hear more.
The cost. So that's a general bureaucracy question. Stats New Zealand had some price indices come out yesterday with inflation figures, and we see that food prices are up by about 4.4% the May to May year, so that takes up seasonality. Beef's up 16.2%, lamb up 20.3%, rent's up 2.8%, cheese and milk are up 17.3% and 13.7%, electricity is up 8.7%. Look, the reason I'm going through these figures is that they are the figures that affect many of our working families, and particularly people who are renting and so on. And you, so there's a cost of living issue there, and of course, you frequently said you're laser focused on the cost of living. Can you tell me what specific measures you have in the budget to address the cost of living?
Well, absolutely focused on the cost of living, and delighted that those numbers are far smaller than they were during your time as a minister, when inflation generally and food price inflation in particular was a lot higher than it is now. I also note that the member didn't mention a statistic which I certainly welcomed in that release yesterday, which is that the rate of rent increases is now the lowest it has been since 2011.
Wow.
So more than a decade. And that is,
Okay, order.
it is relevant to the member's question because she specifically said what impact does this have for renters.
So what specific
and
measures in the budget?
if I could finish my answer, Mr. Chair,
please let the minister
that would be helpful. And we are conscious very much that rent is a significant proportion of people's costs, that rents had ramped up significantly under the last budget, and we have taken intentional policy choices intended to put downward pressure on rents. So it is positive to see that those statistics are turning the other way. I've long said that I aspire to a situation where landlords are competing for tenants rather than the other way around. In terms of food prices, as I said, those rates of increase are lower than they have been.
You're allergic
some
to
extent,
Nikki,
when
are
you
you?
talk about, for example, the meat price, that does reflect higher global commodity prices, and New Zealand does see those prices reflected in our prices. The question is, what can the government do? There are three key measures.
Hang on, just let the minister out. You've got plenty more questions. Dr. Russell.
I am about to address that question, Deborah. The first thing is, overall impact on inflation is significant to all prices that Stats NZ monitor. And I am proud of the fact that our government has made deliberate choices to rein in spending significantly, the lowest operating allowance in more than a decade, whereas the last government exceeded all of its operating allowances, reining back government spending so that inflation has been able to stabilise. This has allowed also the Reserve Bank to reduce interest rates. That set of fiscal choices is easily ignored. And we had a period in economic history where governments pretended that the way that they address the cost of living.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that the minister wants to outlay some background. She spent 3 minutes now without getting to. I asked that what specific measures in this budget address the cost of living.
That's all right.
Background, but if the minister could ask.
And Dr. Russell, I want you to know that you'll get up to 8 questions like your colleagues have too. So we will get there.
Well, just a moment, Mr. Chair. It's not just a matter of number of questions; it's the amount of time the minister is giving us information that she feels is necessary. But I don't to the specific.
Okay. Well, can you repeat your specific question and we'll have another go?
What specific measures in this budget address the cost of living for working families?
We have, Mr. Chair, uncovered a significant philosophical difference, and I wish to highlight it before commenting on a number of other matters. That is, if it is the view of members that the only way that a government addresses the cost of living is through spending additional money, then we have uncovered the heart of the problem that occurred over the past 6 years, which is that governments that lose sight of the fact that their overall spending choices contribute to inflation and therefore the cost of living leads to a situation in which we had 7.3% annual inflation, 3 years of inflation out of band. My point is this. We cannot keep our eye off the ball of the underlying fundamentals that we put in place in the economy through our fiscal choices. To the second point of your question, which is which specific initiatives? No, we did not introduce a cost of living payment for dead people and French backpackers. Instead, what we did was we made adjustments to working for families, which mean that those families on the lowest and middle incomes will receive a small increase, a modest increase in the support that they receive additional to their existing entitlements. We also ensured that we have created more funding to make sure that food support services and other welfare support services continue to be available. We've made adjustments to accommodation supplement boundaries so that more people are eligible for accommodation supplements in some regions of New Zealand. We made changes to the prescription period so that those families who often have high living costs as a result of high health needs in their family need to make less frequent visits to the GP and are able to have longer term prescriptions. There were a number of specific initiatives, but my point is an important one, which is if governments pretend that the only way they address the cost of living is through spending more taxpayers' money, they are taking their eye off the ball. And second is this, that member voted against tax relief changes, which mean that every family that has a taxpayer in it is now better off in terms of raw dollars in their bank account than they would otherwise be. And we have maintained those tax reductions in this budget. You oppose them, people would have less money in their bank accounts if you were in charge.
So Nicola is trying to make the point of there, look, I'm going to give you 6 chubby chumps a fortnight. And look, people are grateful they're getting their 6 chubby chumps a fortnight.
Yeah, except the 6 chupa chups a fortnight don't really mean much if I can't use them to pay for the cost of living.
Yeah, and also the other thing is, I think she might be mentioning a local trend happening in Wellington of the fact that rent prices in Wellington are now starting to flatline. But the reason why rent prices are flatlining aren't because landlords are generous, it's because landlords are desperate to have their rental properties filled.
Yeah.
And it's because, the fact we have 12, I think it was, I can't remember if it was 12 or 1,800 empty rental properties available to move in now, available on Trade Me in the Wellington City Council boundaries. Now, that could sit down there and look like that on paper, but got to remember, Wellington had an out of whack rent increase, over the last 10 years.
Yep.
And at some point, when you have an out of whack rent increase, the market has to correct itself, and we're at a market correction point. But it doesn't sit there and say whether, that has flowed on to places like Porirua or Lower Hutt, and also, isn't Gisborne, the rent is still climbing? And the other thing is, some of these places yes, we have empty rental properties, but how many landlords are still putting up the rent based on the fact that we're not in a heated market? They think we're, there's nowhere to move to.
Yeah, and I think another reason why
Jason.
Yeah, I think another reason why rent might be flatlining as well is because we're losing people over to places like Australia. I'd like to look at their rent market to see how much they've increased and see if there's a correlation between the two. I'm really concerned about the fact that domestically good products are being sold at export prices, because it's showing that the company can get away with charging export prices here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to mean a short-term boost for the shareholders and, in terms of profits and stuff like that for Fonterra and other groups, but that's not sustainable. People are going to change their consumption habits and go for cheaper products, and so farmers are going to be on the back foot again.
Yeah, I'll just actually sit down there and go head onto Woolworths' website, and we'll find out what the price of Nutterlex versus. So let's find out what the price of.
I want to know how much of a profit the supermarkets are making off that butter too.
Yeah.
Because that could highlight that National has done fuck all to correct that problem. And I wonder how much the regulatory impact, the regulatory standards bill is going to have when it comes to trying to correct that problem, if it gets passed.
Yeah, I'm just having a little bit of fun trying to work out. So if you want to buy
before you carry on, our export numbers are the rate of product that we're expected to export is going to drop pretty soon, based on international pressures, based on the way how they're spending money, thanks to the tariffs and stuff like that from Trump. So that could be another reason why the price of our butter and everything has gone up, because of less exports.
Yeah, so I'm just on here. So now this is going to be stark reminder of here. So we'll just go over here. So this is a dairy-free alternative for butter. The dairy-free alternative. Now this is a kg tub from Woolworths. I don't know what store that is. I'll be honest, it is made in Australia, but who gives a damn? It's the point there. It is $9.95. So this is a dairy-free alternative, a butter alternative product out there. Now let's take a look at the price of Anchor butter, which is on special for $9.90 for 500 grams, or $20 a kg. Now I'm actually very tempted to see if we can get Craig Rennie to actually do a price comparison between our vegan-free alternatives and our non-vegan alternatives. So put it this way, you can pay $20 a kg for butter at the moment, or you can pay for its dairy-free alternative at $10 a kg. Why is it cheaper to buy the vegan product than it is to buy the proudly New Zealand owned and manufactured non-vegan product. Now that's pretty damn concerning. Now put it this way, Nuttalex has barely shifted in price since Joanne introduced it to me in 2022. But the price of butter has doubled in that same time frame. Are you on mute, Laura? No. God, what? You and your microphone. Is Nikki Nobone's breaking your microphone now? Yeah. Yeah. So that is something worth taking into. Now, I will go and have a quick look here to see on BidFood. Now, this is my wholesalers account, so I will have that on there. Now, let's bring up the price, and I'll bring up another one on there. The vegan cheese. So this is the vegan cheese that I buy. Oh, great. I love the previous purchase one. And I'll see what is grated tasty. Now, grated tasty, we want 1 kg bag. So, we'll bring up here. So, this is the vegan cheese I buy for my consumption there. I can buy that for $17.04 plus GST. And if we want to look at ingredients, since that's being told on there, the ingredients is basically, for this one, is if you can see on the screen there, coconut, water modified starch, coconut oil, potato starch, salt, enphalizer, yeast flavor, extract, and all that. Contains no palm oil and has that sort of thing there. Now, let's take a look at the tasty cheese. Tasty cheese, $25.67 plus GST. And if we sit there and take a look at the ingredients, there are some ingredients in that. So, that's something else to go on there. Now, now there was questions on there from Jeff about the, the vegan one. The ingredients on there is vegetable oil, water, salt, emphasizer 471, sunflower lectins, natural flavors, vitamin A, D, E, natural flavors. That's pretty much of the same sort of thing there. The reason why Joanne used it was because it was closer to butter than say margarine, and was a lot better for the body, and it was the recommended vegan alternative. I mean, if we sit there and take a look at the ingredients of butter, I mean, hey, put it this way, there's even salt in it. So, yeah. So, we've had a great look at what but the price of vegan grated cheese versus tasty cheese. Gotta admit, I do miss tasty cheese. It's nice, but my body shouldn't have it. And also the other one is with butter versus Nuttalex.
Yep.
The vegan alternative.
Now, is my audio back again?
Yes, your audio's back perfectly fine. And okay. I hope Nikki doesn't break it.
Yeah, I hope she doesn't break it either. I mean, yeah, to fix this problem is going to cost me a fair bit.
Yeah.
I swear to God, it's my drivers. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm with my theory here that I think the reason why we're seeing export price parity with our butter is because I probably can't get all of that on the screen, but it's because we're going to be facing a chilling effect. And I think they're trying to get as much money as they can while they can get it.
Yep. And yes, we could be in for an export drop coming up. Yeah.
Yep.
So yes, I think this is something we may have to get Craig Rennie to do a series on price escalations between vegan and non-vegan products.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it too just has to do with the way how it's produced. When you calculate how many cows you can get on a field and how much milk they produce, and then you compare it to like a field of, say, oats or corn, you can actually get more calories per acre from oats and corn and sunflower and all that stuff. So when you do that, things start to get a bit cheaper, especially, when you look at how much water is used in production as well. When you've got the economy of scale there, you've got all your factories that are churning stuff out, the demand is there, right? over time, the prices are going to reduce. But
yeah, because
the technology is
economies
getting
of
more
scale.
efficient. Yeah, economies of scale. And you can get more calories and more product out of an acre of plants than you can out of an acre of cows. Now, so I think that's also another thing that needs to be considered here is just the rate of efficiency and the rate of demand are at that level now where now you're going to see the vegan product drop down in price, even with the fact that it has to be shipped over from Australia to New Zealand.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's that particular product. There are vegan places in there. I'll check with the Bid Food one of the vegan cheese there. Does that have country of origin on it?
I mean, I'm not an economist. I wish I was, but maybe one day. But that's just my guess.
Yeah. Actually, that's. I can always go downstairs and have a look at the bag itself. Considering I do have a bag that's actually sitting in there. New Dairy. Just trying to think. Is New Dairy a New Zealand company or?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yep, new dairy cheese. I get it for about $10 a kilo from Reduced to Clear.
Yep.
That's very comparable to non-vegan cheese.
It is a combined. So that is definitely an international company. New Dairy. I'm not sure if
I thought they were a New Zealand-based company. Did they? I'm pretty sure they produce.
they may have started in New Zealand, but they do stock stuff in Australia.
Oh yeah. They ship to Australia.
Yeah, it also sort of says that they sell their products to Bid Food, Service Foods, Bucano, Davis Trading, Gilmore's, Can Catering, Nelson Food Distributors, and Wholesale Foods.
Yep.
Yeah, and actually the interesting one is, where does their Facebook page take them to? Because that usually has an address on there. It is a company based in Glen Eden, Auckland.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yep.
So yes, it is a New Zealand-based company that has gone international.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to Nikki. Nikki No Boats. And I managed to accidentally take off the shared screen, so let's get the shared screen back in place.
No, I'm sorry, you're not sharing this. I'm going to go to a supplementary from Dan Bidwell, and then I'm going to go to Barbara Edmonds, and then we're going to come back to you. Sorry.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Point of order. So the point of order is, because it's scrutiny week, committee members are allowed a sustained line of questioning. The member has only had one primary question. She has not had any supplementary questions due to the comments by the minister taking a number of minutes. So therefore, it'd be unfair to the member if she's unable to continue a sustained line of questioning.
I was always going to come back to it, as I said, but
Yeah, but
we will.
primary-
Mr.
one
Bidwell is happy to
primary.
defer his supplementary, and so we'll continue.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, given that the minister took 5 minutes of commentary to answer 30 seconds of, give me 30 seconds on the direct measures. Was it 5 minutes? It was. So I do just want to be very focused on this. And if the minister could answer the question without, with a little commentary, fine, but not, 5 minutes. Going back to the working for families.
Should we do a deal? Let's do a deal. Shorter questions, shorter answers.
Going back to the working for family, for families question, you said you had introduced a small amount of relief from working for families. How much was that?
It varies depending on families, but up to $17 a fortnight. And I would just like to highlight for members that these are additional to the changes that happen as a consequence of the automatic adjustments in law. They're not actually changes that any of the governing parties campaigned on. However, we made a discretionary policy choice that when it comes to the cost of living, those people who are most impacted are those households with low incomes, with high costs due to children and dependents, and that this discretionary choice meant that they were better off than they would otherwise be, and we stand by that choice.
So, Minister, the particular change you're referring to is a change to the abatement thresholds, and you said $17 a fortnight, so about $7 or $8 a week.
On average, but it depends,
Sure,
and
of course it
I
does.
can certainly furnish an answer which goes through
No,
the
I don't
detail
need
of
the
that.
commentary here, thank you. What I need to know is, when does that change kick in from?
I don't have that date to hand. Can someone from the Treasury help out?
So you trumped it in your budget.
Yeah, I think from 1 April next year.
Right, so this change of up to $17 a fortnight or $7 a week on average, which varies across families, doesn't kick in until 1 April next year.
Well, that's because of the changes to the way that the changes to the tax system work. I don't think there's anything unusual about it.
Cost of living relief for working for families from this current budget.
Well, every family who is eligible for working for families will continue to receive their working for family payments within their eligibility over the next few months. That will continue to be the case as a top up to their wages and family income. And
everyone's
the
looking
rate
at their
of that top up
books.
will increase as a consequence of the budget's changes.
So, Minister, you were able to do the partial expensing for businesses and what was the other one? The landlord things, the decreases to the amount of interest that landlords paid pretty much straight away, but you're not able to deliver relief for working families until 1 April next year.
Look, I don't accept the inference of the member's question, which is to say that we have ensured that we are making those changes to the Working for Families system so that going forward people will get more than they otherwise would, while still ensuring that they have all of their existing entitlements to those in-work tax credits and other supplements. However, it is also the case that there is a question about when should the investment boost policy apply, and the member is knowledgeable about tax matters and would understand that if we had said we were delaying the introduction of the investment boost policy, a very clear impact would have resulted, Mr. Chair, which is which business in its good mind,
Let the minister answer, please. Let the minister answer. Order.
which business in sound mind would have made an investment now, knowing that they would, if they delayed the investment until later, would get a tax credit for it, but making the investment now wouldn't. And in fact, one of the impacts that we were seeking to have was to boost investment at a time when there is significant investment uncertainty. So I think that was sound decision making.
Well, with
Another
respect,
question,
Minister,
Dr.
as I say, I am knowledgeable about tax.
Oh,
and in particular, there was no reason why this change for Working for Families couldn't have kicked in by say 1 October this year. Might have been hard to deliver, but it would have been done. Why the choice to delay it until 1 April next year?
Look, I'd have to go back and review the advice that I received from the Inland Revenue Department on that matter. What we sought to do was address the fact that we were conscious that there were lower and middle income families in need of relief. We sought to do that in a way that was fiscally neutral, and we sought to do that in a way that was achievable within Inland Revenue's operational constraints and within our own legislative constraints. And there was no fiscal decision to delay it. It was simply a matter of when we could operationalise it. But as I say, I'm happy to go back and get the member more information about that timing.
So, Minister, the other thing that seems to have been difficult to operationalise has been the family boost policy. Do you know yet how many families have actually received the full $250 that was promised by the National Party at the election in terms of the family boost?
What the $250 that the member refers to comprises of two.
As well.
If I can just answer the question, Mr. Chair,
please.
Was we looked at two things. One, what would the maximum impact be on a household in terms of the tax relief package that we introduced, which was a combination of bracket changes and increases of family tax credits. And then we looked at what was the maximum amount that someone could receive under the family boost scheme. And we combined that to say that notionally that was the most that someone could receive on a fortnightly basis under our tax plan. And I'm proud of the fact, members, that we delivered all of the elements, every single piece of the policy that informed that modelling. And we ensured that we kept those commitments despite the state of the books left to us by the last government, such that we have delivered on those promises. To the second part of the member's question, in terms of how many families will have met both the criteria for the maximum amount of bracket relief and family tax credit, that combines two pieces of information. First, income-related tax changes, which are individual. Second, household-related tax credit eligibility, which is a household factor. Those are two separate things to combine. Circumstances vary, both in terms of within a year and over a period of time. Then there is the question of what level of family boost repayment people are eligible, and those two things need to be combined. It is significant that family boost repayments can be claimed up to 4 years after costs are incurred. What that means is that we are not able to be clear about how many people have received the full entitlement until a full 4 years afterwards. We made that choice because we do not want New Zealanders to feel that they've missed out on that entitlement because they didn't have time to follow it.
Okay, Dr. Russell, we're winding up on your questions now.
2 more points. So the Minister seriously accepts that time poor working families will 4 years after the event have kept the receipts that they can claim the family boost.
Well, IRD's advice to us was that by keeping it open in that way, we would make sure that we had maximum uptake.
Okay, so is the Minister proud that so far a maximum of 384 families, instead of the 100,000, so a maximum of 384 families have been able to claim the full amount that was promised to them in Budget 24? Are you proud of that, Minister?
Well, as the member is aware, I have been seeking advice from the Inland Revenue Department about what changes we could make to the scheme to ensure that more families are eligible for more under Family Boost. The government has never previously collected the information, the rich data we now have, which gives us a better sense of the connection between people's household income and how much they are spending on early childhood education. What we have uncovered is that those on higher incomes are more likely to be paying higher fees. And in some senses, this will just make sense to members, which is families where children are attending many hours of early childhood education.
Maybe because they're going to a nicer centre,
and therefore have higher household income. Families when one caregiver is at home tend to have lower income and but also lower early childhood fees because their children aren't attending ECE for as long. That pattern of fee correlation to household income is very different from what the IRD assumed in their modelling, which has meant that some of the estimates of uptake have turned out to be lower than they had estimated. And so we are looking at what are our options for expanding the reach of that scheme, and Cabinet will come to decisions on that shortly.
Okay, thank you. We've got a...
Well, I mean, also on ECE, some of them might be using whānau manaaki, which is a low to no cost ECE provider, which is aim is to be an equal provider. If you're going to whānau manaaki, you're not likely to be claiming ECE charges because you're paying sweet fuck all.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're going to say Millie's house on Kent Terrace in Wellington, which is a fully private
private things
provider, you'll probably be paying through the nose.
Yeah, I mean, wow, Nikki, yeah, surprised. It's like, are we surprised by that data?
And most of the whānau manaaki, a lot of them their locations are literally next to a primary school.
Yep. Yeah, investment boost is coming. Are you excited as a business owner for investment boost? Are you
I don't
eligible
have
for
cash
that?
to afford it.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the liquidity in my business to be able to sit there and pay for it.
Oh, well, then why the fuck are we doing investment boost if it's not helping people like you?
I don't know.
Hey,
Like,
family
cash grab for people who are planning to do capital expenditure.
Oh, okay.
You know, but if you're not planning to do capital expenditure, there's no advantage to it.
What do you mean you don't want to go out and buy a flash new, I don't know, Toyota Corolla?
Can I afford it?
It's like, yeah. So,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, you know, we've got all these families that need a bit of help, right? And, you know, she's over here saying, well, tax cut, fix it. Well, no, not really. Look, we've got people who are getting tax cuts now who can't afford a freaking block of butter. Yeah, it's like the tax cut excuse ain't going to work for much longer.
You know, can they also afford a litre of petrol?
I don't know. Can they?
You know, consider your litre. I mean, okay, petrol is starting to come down in price. It's about $2.30 a litre.
Oh, don't worry. It's going to go up again.
$2.30 and $2.50, depending where you buy it from.
It will go up
as I
again.
say, I paid $2.20 something in Upper Hutt on Thursday at the Gull.
You want to know something? Petrol's going to go up again because Trump did a dumb in Iran.
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, exactly. That will spike up the price again. Yeah. Thank you, Trump.
Thanks, Trump. I'm poor. I have a petrol car. I don't have an electric car yet because I don't have enough money to buy one. Thanks, National, because he just made it harder for me to go get an electric car. And Trump's now just made it harder for me to go fill my own car. So I don't have my own car.
Exactly.
Not yet. I borrow my parents' van. But anyways, same story.
But you still need to put petrol in it to sit there and drive it around because mum and dad don't sit there and have the unlimited fuel card. They, you know, it's either you pay for it or mum and dad's going to pay for the petrol. It's going to be paid for somehow.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like the days of when my Uncle Dears Willis worked for the gas company. And basically, because he was driving the trial CNG car, he didn't have to pay for fuel.
Oh, don't worry. We can extract more gas from the gas fields. Oh, wait. We have to pay for the current cleanup for the gas.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear more from Nikki. Nikki Filibuster.
A supplementary by the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, and then we're going to go to a primary by the Honourable, we'll go to your primary supplementary after that, Dr. Woods. Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, you claimed both in the media and today that you didn't campaign on making that abatement threshold change. Is that correct?
Well, in our initial tax policy, we did campaign on an abatement change. In our coalition agreements with New Zealand First and ACT, we agreed not to go ahead with it. And then the specific changes that we made were not changes that we had promised or promoted in the lead up to the budget.
So you are confirming today that the National Party policy of adjusting the abatement threshold for working poor family payments up to $50,000 from 1 April 2026 will no longer happen?
That's not a revelation. In the days and weeks following the election outcome,
Can you just
we were very
confirm
clear
it's
that
not
that
going to
change would
happen?
not be progressing, and that has been well traversed.
It's a broken promise.
We
No,
told you.
a coalition.
We told you we're
compromise.
going to screw over
Remember,
your
we'll be aware
families.
that when the $88 billion worth of Greens debt wants to be added to your
We're not
pile, and the
talking
$44
about
billion of
Greens.
extra
This is
tax
talking
wants to be
about
added to your
Greens.
pile,
Order.
you'll be making
Greens
extra
debt.
compromises too.
Order, thank you. We're going to go for a sup from the Honourable Dr. Megan.
Who wants the green budget? I'll do it.
Well, at least we've got one.
Dr.
Chloe.
Woods. Dr. Woods.
Thank you, Minister. You've said that we may have to wait 4 years to find out if there is a single family in New Zealand that has received the $250 that was promised by the National Party and promised in last year's budget.
As I said, we've delivered on all of our
Sorry,
promises
no,
in relation to that
Minister,
tax policy.
I'm asking you a straight question. It would be good if I could ask that question. What advice have you received, if any, around what the likely number of the people receiving the full $250?
As I say, it's very difficult for IRD to model that, and it is an important point that I'm making, so I'll make it again. The $250 that we modelled was the potential outcome was based on us delivering the parameters of a tax policy, which we have delivered in full. We have kept our promise. It was based on us delivering a family boost policy, the eligibility thresholds and requirements of which we have kept in full. So I reject the conclusion of the member's question that any commitment has been broken. It has not been.
Minister,
And I'll tell you what.
Minister, the question simply is, what you're claiming that you've kept every promise. You cannot come up with a single family in New Zealand that has received the $250. I want to know what advice you have received to monitor how this is being rolled out until you can tell us that there is a single family in New Zealand that has received the $250. Isn't it time that you just admit you misled New Zealanders?
Well, I completely reject the characterisation of the member's question, and I would make 2 points. The first is the one that I already explained somewhat laboriously, which is that there is a difference between people's income as an individual taxpayer and therefore the effect tax relief has on them as an individual worker and the supports that they're eligible for based on household income. Drawing those two things together has innate complexity in terms of the IRD's ability to give us detailed information about people's tax circumstances. For example, self-employed people often don't file their tax returns and therefore we don't know their overall tax position for some period subsequent to the year in which the tax changes are introduced. The second point I'd make, Mr. Chair, briefly is this. There are millions of New Zealand households who benefited from tax relief that this government delivered that the members opposite opposed. So every time they cry about how much tax relief people have received from our budgets, I cry wolf, because actually what they wanted was for those families to get zero in tax relief. That is the contrast between our two positions.
Any supplementaries, Dr. Wood?
Yes, this is just a sup on that question. Will the, and I appreciate the Minister may not have it at her fingertips now, but I think it would be useful if the Minister could supply to the committee any advice that she has received around how many people are receiving the full $250 amount, because we would like to see if there is a single family in New Zealand that has received the full amount of $250.
As I've said to the member, I have received advice.
So would you supply that to the committee?
If I could finish my answer, that would be helpful. I have received advice on how many families we think have benefited from changes to tax brackets, which she opposed. I have received advice on how many families have received increases in tax credits, which she opposed. I have received advice on how many families have received family booster payments, which she opposed. But collectively, drawing those together is challenging for the IRD.
Okay, we're going to, thank you, Dr. Woods. We're going to go to Todd Stevenson for a primary.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to move on from the last election because
You'll just have to wait there, Todd.
Yeah, family boost. Okay. When was family boost announced? Like, when was it going to be kicked into action? 2024, was it?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the data now under the budget economic and fiscal update 2025. There doesn't appear to be any data on the books for last year. So yeah, they're correct. We don't know how much families actually received. It's not there. Where's the data gone? It's not there. We've got a projection for this year, which is 131 million, followed by next year, which is 171 million, but we don't have anything for last year. Well, we don't have the actual numbers for last year.
Well, actually, yeah, okay. If it's last year, got to remember, for the government, the new financial year starts and finishes on the 1st of July.
Oh, that is true, yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, there would be no data from last year because last financial year for the government finished July the 1st, or, June the 30th.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But still, there should be numbers on the books of how many families have received those payments so far.
Yeah, which would be for this year, yeah.
Yep, and for last year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're still in this year's tax year.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but we should have the number of families that received the family boost last year, right? Regardless of how much was spent giving that out, we should have numbers of how many families claimed it.
Yeah, or how many so far, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, it depends how quickly they report those figures out. Yeah.
And if Labor is suggesting that we don't have that data, that's a problem.
Yeah. So let's see how our favourite ACT MP, Todd Stevenson, goes.
the result was pretty clear to me. I just want to talk about the estimates and just looking here in some of your opening comments, actually, in vote finance, a significant amount of the appropriation for finance goes to servicing debt, around 80%. And I think in your opening comments, you actually mentioned the idea of having a debt ceiling of 50% moving to 40%. Going forward, have you given consideration to other settings where, you know, say a debt ceiling could be over 100% or 120% and what that could do to New Zealand economy and the vision for New Zealand? And
Yeah,
those?
look, I am aware of those who believe that we should have a huge spending party today and leave our kids to clean up the mess. I reject that view. That has consequences both in the immediate term, because debt accumulation has a couple of immediate costs for an economy. The first is in terms of debt servicing, money that then is spent on an interest bill, often to people we are borrowing from offshore, but also in terms of the credit ratings that New Zealand is able to achieve and therefore the rate at which New Zealanders are able to borrow. In the more medium term, an economy that is weighed down by that level of debt faces a very significant crisis point when it then needs to extend that borrowing to respond to a shock or crisis, because it may be news to some around this table, but the world doesn't owe us a living. There is no UN requirement that when New Zealand wants to borrow money, someone has to lend. What we need to demonstrate to the world is that we are worthy of credit, that we are able to pay our bills. And if we were to exceed our debt ceiling significantly, we could put ourselves in a position where a future generation would be faced with real austerity. That is having to cut actual levels of spending in order to keep an economy afloat. And I think it would be irresponsible for this government to put New Zealand in that position.
Just as a supplement.
Yeah, we've got to, if you've got something, we'll come to you.
Well, I mean, it did allude specifically to.
No, it's all right. The opposition had a view on me interrupting a primary before, so we're going to go continue with
what's up. Obviously tied to this too is, and you mentioned in your opening comments, obviously there's government debt and the track for that, but obviously also government deficit. I think you mentioned obviously over 25, 26, we've got about 12 billion. But you also did look at other options that if the government actually hadn't consolidated its fiscal position and made changes, I think you said it could be looking at 23.4 bids. Again, I'm just really interested in your thinking about obviously going through all of the government spending and actually trying to consolidate it and actually changing that deficit track.
Yeah, well, look, obviously, there isn't a day I wake up where I don't think of the many areas that New Zealanders would wish to see the government be able to afford to invest in. And any finance minister faces choices about which investments they can and can't make. But in a discretionary way, when we make decisions to be more disciplined at the margin, that cumulatively adds up to much healthier books. So just to take you back to those numbers, if we had not made the savings we made in last year's budget, which was a deliberate choice that we made, and if we had not made the savings we delivered in this year's budget, then very quickly our fiscal position would have deteriorated significantly, such that in the coming fiscal year, the deficit would be $23.4 billion versus the $12 billion that we are instead achieving. And very quickly, by the end of the forecast period, instead of the debt curve curving down to 46%, we would find ourselves over the ceiling at 53.8%. My point is discretionary decisions to put a stitch in time now add up over the medium to long term. And by applying that discipline, we put the New Zealand economy in a much stronger position to provide better choices for future governments and for future generations.
You're done, Mr. Stevenson. We're going to go to supplementary from
just
both
to
Robert and then Dr. Megan.
Your comments before. What sounds more like?
Have you noticed something?
Yeah.
The opposition is female-led only, and the government is male-led only. The members of the government members are all men, and the opposition members are all women.
Oh, in that committee, yeah.
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 Yeah, I thought that was quite. I was like noticing that. It's like, huh? Considering that isn't the case of most select committees.
I mean, I was more just focusing on what was being said rather than the gender of everyone. But
yeah,
I don't know what Nikki is talking about because borrowing has increased under her watch. She's giving out all these tax cuts, right? The money has to come from somewhere. Where's she getting it from?
Yeah.
She's borrowing.
Yeah, it's coming from somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let's hear some such supplementaries.
That so-called spending party that you alluded to, planned, credible investment in our infrastructure that we borrow for, which increases our resilience, or borrowing for tax cuts as you did?
Well, unfortunately, we only have recent history to go by, and I would rather judge by results than notions of a newfound commitment to fiscal restraint and credibility. Over the past 6 years, when the last Labor government went on a spending party of levels quite outside what had occurred in our other economic history, the result of that was pretty clear. More than $120 billion of extra debt, very little productive infrastructure assets to show for it, a significant spike in inflation and interest rates, a strangling of genuine real economic activity. And for many New Zealanders, they were left at the end of that period worse off, not better off. So it's easy to talk about making careful fiscal choices, but the evidence is that when Labor Green governments are given the chequebook, they do not make wise decisions.
Okay, one more sup, and then we're going to go to Todd for a sup, and then sustain from Dr. Wood.
Sorry,
you need to impose some order on this committee.
I do, however, just respectfully, Minister, want to ask there, because in a number of your questions, you yourself have disaggregated the spending that was necessary over COVID in order to respond to that shock, which in our back and forth, you have admitted and accepted that Standard & Poor's upgraded our credit rating as a result of the credibility of that spending plan. You recognise...
I don't think that that's what happened, but okay.
Okay, but you accept that the response to COVID was something which is quite different from the proposal which the Greens have on the table, given that you've alluded to our fiscal strategy time and again in your answers, which is planned, credible and transparent investment in our productive infrastructure and our economic resilience. Do you accept that those two things are different?
Look, I'm sorry, Chloe, but I do not accept that a plan that seeks to confiscate tens of billions of dollars of New Zealanders' assets, savings and income in the form of new taxes would be good for the productivity of our economy. I do not accept that burdening the New Zealand economy with tens of billions of more debt on the promise that somehow the Greens would decide that cycleways and light rail are no longer important and the productive investments would be made in the future is credible. I am prepared to concede. At least you have a plan. We don't even know whether Labor want more debt, more tax, less spending.
Okay.
So I'll give you that.
Thank you. We're going to go to a supplementary here,
Quick
Mr. Stevenson.
Minister, Ms. Fulbright talked about using the government, basically balance sheet to invest in infrastructure. Obviously, that's one way. In your budget and over the forward period looking forward, does the government have other policies to actually deliver infrastructure for Kiwis that actually doesn't involve just investment by the government?
Yeah, look, this is a very good point because I do accept the argument, which I think Chloe is making, which is that New Zealand has a need for investment in productive infrastructure and that is a important part of the investment decisions we make. But we also have choices about how we fund that infrastructure. And part of that should be funded by taxpayer funds, by Crown revenue. But part of that can also be funded by the private sector, by levies, by fees for those who benefit from the use of that infrastructure. And the very real example that New Zealand has had under successive governments is that, for example, our electricity transmission infrastructure is in fact funded by electricity users. Our electricity generation infrastructure is funded by the shareholders of electricity generation companies and then in turn by the consumers of electricity. So there are models for providing infrastructure which don't necessarily immediately require the government first. The question should always be, as I come back to, is this the best marginal use of a taxpayer dollar, and are they the ones that will get the most benefit out of this investment? In some cases, that is really clear. You know, building public health hospitals, building classrooms is a public good for which it's appropriate that the taxpayer fund. But that doesn't mean you get off the hook for making sure that you are making those investments as prudently as possible. You know, one of the achievements of the Education Minister is that she has reduced the average cost of a classroom from over $1.2 million to, I believe at last count, less than $800,000 through using modular builds, off-site construction. That effectively means that the taxpayer purse can go further in terms of the infrastructure delivered in the public dollar.
Thank you. We're going to have one. We're going to have one sup here, and then we're going to go to sustained questioning by the Honourable Dr. Megan Wood.
So just on that point,
last one.
On that point of prudence, can you tell me specifically what is prudent about not having a cap on the investment boost policy?
Because what we want to see is the maximum amount of investment and productive assets in this economy to drive productivity and wage growth. And one of the examples that has been raised publicly is, oh my goodness, this might mean that someone comes from overseas and invests in a major manufacturing facility, a major wind farm, and therefore is able to pay less tax on those assets. Well, I say, bring it on. Because if people want to come
What
and make
happened to the wind farm
investments
that left,
because of the
Nikki?
investment boost policy, investments they wouldn't have otherwise made, then that is the policy.
And just to be clear, that extends to
Last one, Chloe.
Yeah, just to be clear, that logic applies to your open door for OMV investing in new oil and gas and fossil fuel. Because your policy does enable that.
Look, I do want to be clear that that is a matter which I have not been involved in the deliberations and decision making on due to my adherence to the Cabinet Manual, so I'm not the best placed minister to talk to that
But investment boost in particular would allow for OMV, a multinational fossil fuel corporation, to come over here and get access to effectively that taxpayer subsidised investment.
Well, the advice we had from the IRB is that the way to make this policy the most effective was not to rinky-dink it with exclusions and exceptions, that by having a broad base to the policy, we would have the least distortionary effect on investment choices. The better way to make those choices is through regulation and through the government's rules. And I would put to the member that the decision by the last government to ban offshore oil and gas exploration is one of the most real things that has driven up electricity prices and the cost of living for every single New Zealander. And can you get ashamed about that policy?
Okay, thank you. Order. Can we?
I'm just waiting for the part where Chloe just smashes the desk with her head. I've seen photos. I'm waiting for it. It's like she's like our policies are resulting in great investments, and it's like you just forgot about the wind farm that left, didn't you?
Yeah. Like, what about they had the lapse resource consent?
It's like,
How do you magically come back because you've changed the policy? You know, like here's the thing is that deduction is a tax deduction. It's not a tax refund. So investment boost is just 20% in addition to standard depreciation.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, and like the other thing is, it doesn't actually show up on your books until you file your IR4 and your IR10 in the next financial year.
I just don't know why Nikki keeps bitching about the other side, you know, complaining about, oh, look how much they're spending. Look, Nikki, you need to invest, okay? It doesn't matter what side you're on. Every party has to invest. We have a lack of public infrastructure. We have a lack of, I mean, our infrastructure is falling apart. At some point, you got to invest. So there's no point in throwing jabs at Labor and Greens for wanting to also invest in infrastructure when you're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just stop it. you're just playing stupid games at that point.
Yep. So true.
Like the debt's still going up under national.
Yeah.
Because the cost of borrowing's gone up.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear more from Nikki No Boats.
We now go to Dr. Megan Woods, the Honourable.
Thank you. I just have some very specific questions around the money that's being pulled back from pay equity. In particular, the 1.8 billion that has gone into CapEx. Could the Minister please break down what was the CapEx component of that?
That related to, and I'm just going to speak slowly and invite anyone from the Treasury to correct me if I articulate this wrongly. Essentially, the Treasury had over the forecast period attributed how much it believed would be required for estimated settlements in each of the fiscal years. As the member will be aware, many of those claims had become bogged down and had taken a lot longer than, I'm going to get to the answer, Mr. Chair, than had been anticipated. And in fact, the last government had faced that challenge themselves in terms of the way that the care and support worker claim had been calculated, and it itself had issues with that. And so what that meant was that there was a one-off cost in that fiscal year, which was no longer needing to be met because the settlement hadn't been reached. And so when it comes to one-off costs, that is more akin to capital investment, which is also one-off, rather than a continuating cost into the future, which is an operating cost. Struan, have I done that well enough? Yes. Right.
Thank you. The Minister has said that significant sums, you've said, would be remain to meet potential costs of future pay equities. We noted in the supplementary estimates that there was $419,516 for supporting pay equity in vote health. Is that the retention money for pay equity?
I'm not going to talk about how much money we have put aside for future pay equity settlements. That would compromise the negotiating position of the Crown.
So the $419,516 that is listed on page 464 of the supplementary estimates, what's that for?
I believe that
well, we can go back. I'm saying it's a claim that's already been settled, which is why it's in the supplementary estimates.
Right.
Yeah, so there is $1.8 billion roughly of settlements that have already, on an annualised basis, which the Crown continues to fund.
So how much money is being retained for pay equity settlements?
As I said, I'm not going to share that number with you as it would compromise the negotiating position of the Crown. And I'd note that this was the practice that the government that you were a minister in also took, whereby you did not reveal to New Zealanders that the consequence of your choices had meant that there were billions and billions more being allocated outside operating allowances for potential pay equity settlements. So you never revealed those figures to the public because it would have compromised the negotiating position.
Is it your expectation, Minister, in the unfunded sector claims, such as hospice nurses, Plunkett nurses, those claims that they'll be settled from vote baselines?
What we have agreed as a Cabinet is that any future costs from funded sector pay equity settlements, that is to say, members, private sector employers who are found to have systematically undervalued and underpaid their staff per the pay equity legislation, in cases where that is found against private sector employers, we have made a choice that we will not write a blank cheque saying to them that whatever they negotiate, the taxpayer will fund. Instead, what we have said is that we will manage the costs that they may incur and the implications for the Crown from existing baselines or against future budget operating allowances, which makes transparent and visible the trade-offs that would incur, which is to say that if the government decided that it would wear the full cheque for a private sector employer who had underpaid their staff, that we would ask the taxpayer to fund that, that would come at the expense of other investments that could otherwise be made for the taxpayer, be that reducing waiting lists, increasing access to GPs, increasing the availability of emergency care. That is the trade-off that any government will make. So we make that most transparent by doing it through operating allowances and through baselines, rather than pretending that there is a magic pool of money from which no trade-offs are required. That's simply not the case, though we may wish it so.
So just supplementary. So just to clarify, you are confirming that for paying hospice nurses, Plunkett nurses, what the Minister chooses to call the private sector, but just in terms of...
Some of them are listed on the NZX, Megan. They make pretty good profits.
Hospice nurses, Plunkett nurses, to pay these workers fairly, we'll see further cuts to baseline funding for health.
No, I absolutely reject that. What we've said is that we have a pay equity regime in law, which we believe is now much clearer and will be much simpler for employees and employers to work through, gives those employers more clarity, means that they can deal with their specific claims rather than being bound into multi-firm claims of up to 90 different employers with very different workforces being joined to one claim, which was creating significant complexity for those individual employers. So on the one hand, we have made the regime clearer and more workable. And on the other hand, we have withdrawn the cabinet underwrite that was introduced in a paper by Chris Hipkins in 2021, which had the effect of saying that anything that was bargained at the table between those private sector employers and employees would be underwritten by the Crown, which resulted in the biggest spike in forecast pay equity costs, many billions of dollars, members, that we've said that that is not a proper assumption to make. Instead, what we must do is that if settlements are reached and we think that it will affect the delivery of government services, we will choose how we fund that through the normal budget process, which sometimes involves discretionary choices from the operating allowance, sometimes involves reprioritisation with baselines, but is always transparent upfront and makes clear to the public the trade-offs that would occur if we were to fund private sector pay equity settlements.
So supplementary, has any money been retained, either as a contingency of its own or a between budget, or allowances made in between budget contingencies for any settlements that may occur this year? Or are you saying that if there is going to be direct funding, it would all come from next year's operating allowance?
Well, we have retained funding in a public sector pay equity contingency, which is available for any settlements that are reached where the Crown is the employer. And that is based on Treasury's estimates of what could occur. Of course, the legal obligations on the Crown are binding. So if settlements were to exceed what is in that contingency, the Crown would have to make other choices about how to fund it. However, we have based that contingency on Treasury's best estimates of what it forecasts those costs will be.
Thank you. We're going to go, thank you, Dr. Woods. We're going to go.
I don't know if my brain is fried or she just said nothing. Because I had trouble following much of that. What was she referring to?
I don't know. Flying pigs?
It's talking about private care and profits and you're just like, yeah, this is the realm of Dr. Gary Pionda at this point. Transparency, where like half the shit that's being produced hasn't come with a regulatory impact statement. You're cutting select committees out, you know, like with beneficiaries and stuff like that. I just have a hard time when following her, where she's going from private healthcare to windmills to this to that, and I'm like, just
pick a lane and stick in it.
Yeah.
Don't be that zipper who has to sit there and cross 4 lanes of traffic, cross all 4 lanes of traffic between Aotea Quay and this was it State Highway and State Highway 2 merge at Nowrong.
like, yeah, it's weird. It's like she jumps from subject to subject and then blames Labour and then doesn't give any like arguments for why her policy position is better than what Labour's was. Like,
from what you've just described there, I wonder, is Nicola Willis's either does or making herself out to suffer from ADHD? Because you can't decide which lane she sticks in, which is a common trait with people with ADHD.
I swear to God, she probably does have ADHD. I mean, I've got ADHD. I jump around all over the place, but it was hard enough just keeping up with her.
I know. I wonder what will come up soon about that. Let's get back to Nicola Willis. No ADHD medication.
Go to Ms. Kappa-Kingi, who's online and been very patient.
Okay,
Thank you,
here
Mr.
we
Chair.
go.
Minister Morena, I'd like to ask you some questions, particularly around Māori families, Māori individuals, Māori businesses. So can you just share what specific appropriations or policy initiatives within the Vote Finance, excluding general policy, that address barriers for Māori to access to capital and investments, and what results you think might come from that?
So I think that the member's question is about what are the policies that support Māori, both specifically and in terms of investment.
Yes, specifically Māori, yes. So your any policies, initiatives within the Vote Finance that have a specific attention to Māori business.
Yeah, so one of the
If she says tax
consequential
cuts,
things
I
is that
swear
both
to God.
in the health budget, we have specifically
Well, hey, I was
funding
trying to
for Māori
find-
health services, which runs into the hundreds of millions. I don't have the figure to hand, but I am happy to provide it to the member subsequent to this meeting. In education, there is a specific Māori education package, which includes funding for additional kura kaupapa and a number of initiatives focused on Māori learners. More generally, the budget prioritises a range of supports for New Zealanders in need of public services, which of course include Māori. The investment boost policy will apply to any Māori entity, be it iwi, hapu, post-settlement entity, wishing to make an investment if they fall within those tax rules. And so that is a broad-based policy. And more generally, we continue to provision in the Crown accounts for treaty settlements, which of course are one of the major sources of capital for Māori making investments into the future.
Minister, sorry, just to supplement, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So if you're at the end of your response then, if you're referring to the Venture Capital Fund, are there any specific targets within there that are dedicated to supporting Māori-owned businesses, Māori-led businesses, Minister?
No, there aren't, but I expect that Māori-led businesses will be both eligible for the scheme and should be able to make sure that they do well, because as you know, there are some incredibly successful Māori-led ventures, and I expect there will be more in the years ahead.
It's just the word should doesn't give me confidence that that actually will occur, Minister. It should, and yes, there are successful and driven Māori businesses, but access to that isn't as simple as it sounds. And there's a whole range of reasons why those things can occur. And then you referred to the treaty settlements, and of course that's where Māori, of course, critical to growing our asset base. And so just to that, is there any particular specific attention to that is particular and specific to treaty settlements that will grow, develop and give better access to Māori in that regard?
Well, a couple of things. First, in terms of, I think you're talking about the Elevate Venture Capital Fund. The Crown has intentionally been a step removed from the individual investment decisions that fund makes. It's actually a fund of funds, so it provides funding to other venture capital funds, which then select which businesses to invest in. So it would be improper for us to direct specifically which businesses we wished those investments to go into. But to the second part of your question about opportunities for post-settlement entities, iwi Māori, I believe that those are significant. Partly, that is because the attitude of the Crown towards investing with iwi is rather expensive. We see a role for iwi increasingly in future being private partners in investment in public infrastructure, and we think that there will be opportunities in that regard. And certainly, iwi leaders I have spoken to anticipate those opportunities and are looking forward to them. I also think that there will be particular opportunities for Māori-led entities to partner with the Crown on delivery of both affordable and social housing, partly because some of the restraints that have stopped development on Māori land are regulatory. And this is a government that is prepared to get that red tape out of the way so that Māori can make much better use of their whenua. And you've seen that, for example, in the National Direction Statement, which we published recently about Pāpakāinga housing, which is intended to be much more enabling of housing development on Māori land. One of the most underutilised assets which New Zealand has is Māori land. And the Crown has both fiscal tools, sure, but regulatory tools are very significant in ensuring that Māori are able to make the use of that capital.
Okay. One final one, if I may, Mr. Chair. It's really...
Yeah, please.
So how, Minister, how does Treasury monitor Māori economic growth and development? Does it? How does it? Does it keep an eye on it? How does it do that?
Well, you will have seen earlier this year that the Ministry for Business released their snapshot of the Māori economy, which provides a statistical overview of the trends that we are seeing in that part of our economy. It was a really good news story showing increasing rates of Māori entrepreneurship, increasing growth in the Māori capital base, wages between Māori workers and non-Māori workers are getting more even. So there's real success stories across the Māori economy. In fact, by a number of measures, the Māori economy has grown faster than the economy as a whole. And what we've also seen is diversification in that economy, which traditionally has been associated with the primary industries, with fisheries, with forestry. Increasingly, you are seeing that there are a range of other sectors and businesses which are encompassed by the Māori economy, which are doing very well as well. So I am happy to direct you to that report.
Okay, Honourable Sup from Honourable Barbara Evans.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay.
So she's trying to take credit for the well production of the Māori economy.
Yeah, she's trying to take
helped it.
Yeah, she's trying to take growth. She's trying. Fucking hell, words. She's trying to take credit for the growth in the Māori economy, despite the fact that it was Labour that essentially paved the way for Māori to be able to go get things like economic degrees and business degrees and all these other nice things, you know. And also, not to mention, the John Key government also did that as well. So I don't know why she's taking credit for it. But you know, Maria Mino Kapakingi asked, where are the targets? And then Nicola just said, there are no targets. I'm like, okay. But she's like, look at all those amazing things that we did last year. Māori education package. Okay. This, you know, Māori health, investment boost, which is a universal program. Treaty settlements, which are less than the total annual payment of superannuation, you know, to date over the past 40 years. And it's like, oh yeah, we're cutting the red tape. We're doing it for the good of Māori, despite the fact that we voted yes on the treaty principles bill for the first reading, because we're bad at negotiating with ACT, and you know the regulatory standards bill. Yeah, it's gonna kick Māori in the ass because corporations can essentially just buy up all this land. It's great. It's great. And Māori are so good at business. Why don't we just give them back more of their land then? So they can do more business and grow the economy.
Yes, but some people go, they say one thing, such as pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and do another by stealing those boots off the Māori.
Yeah, I mean, she's like saying, well, the Māori are really good at tying up bootstraps. Cool, give them more boots so they can tie bootstraps. Listen, do more treaty settlements then. If the Māori economy is that awesome, if it's doing that good of a job at building New Zealand's GDP, give them more. Give us our land back. We'll grow that for you. We'll do. Yeah. No, they don't want to do that. But it goes to show. Hey, low key credit where credit where credit is due. She's giving us credit for being really good at managing finances.
Yeah. Okay. I think Barbara Edmonds has.
So, Mr. Chair, to your point, yes, the Māori economy is one of the fastest growing sectors in our country. And to your point around unlocking Māori land, in this year's budget, you set aside $5 million in Vote to Māori development to help unlock that land or do policy work around that. Yet you chose $23 million for ministerial services travel. Why that choice? $5 million to help unlock Māori land for the fastest growing sector versus $23 million for ministerial travel.
See, this is the difference between you and me. You think you measure your impact by how much you spend. I think we should measure our impact by what we achieve. And I do not share the view. Putting double the amount of money into policy advice on that matter would create double the amount of impact.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've got a number of members still on the list. Some haven't asked primary questions. So what we're going to do is ask members to shorten up on the subs, and we're not going to have any cross subs because I want to get back to over the side of the table before 11:30, okay? In the meantime, we're going to go to Miles Anderson.
Morning, Minister. Really enjoying your fulsome answers.
It's due for promotion, Mr. Chair.
Was consideration given to having the company tax instead of putting forward the investment boost policy?
Yes, it was, because we are conscious that at a headline level, New Zealand's rate of corporate tax is now looking pretty high compared to a lot of the countries that we compete for investment with. However, when we compared the impact that a reduction in the headline rate of the corporate tax would have with the impact dollar for dollar we could get through the investment boost policy stacked up a lot better in terms of the impact it would have on investment rates, wages and employment creation. And essentially, that's because, of course, a reduction in the headline corporate rate rewards past profits, whereas the investment boost policy specifically targets future investment. So it directly drives the behaviour and activity we want to see.
Supplementary, Ron.
Minister, I understood you were at Field Days recently, and just before Investment Boost was launched. What was the feedback, from the industry that you?
Well, look, fantastic feedback. Thank goodness for the farmers. They are genuinely driving New Zealand's export-led economic recovery, and after many years of hard work, are getting very good prices offshore and look to be doing so into the future while also creating good volumes. They've got cash in their pockets, and the investment boost policy is exactly the elbow in the ribcage they need to get spending. And I have had enormous amounts of feedback, both via our MPs and directly from the community, that we've seen an uptick in the purchases of agricultural machinery, and willingness to upgrade technology on farm, of assets on farm. And that's good news, not only because, of course, it gets cash flowing in the real economy in terms of the businesses from which those purchases are being made, but also because it means that our farmers will continue to be more efficient, productive and profitable into the future. New Zealand's secret sauce in ag is that we have the most productive, most efficient, non-subsidised farmers in the world. And that is a consequence of their choices over successive generations to make investments that allow them to be savvy, very astute farmers, and the investment boost policy will support them to continue to be so.
Okay, we're going to go to Chloe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you made changes to KiwiSaver to halve government contributions and to increase the employer and employee contribution rates, did you not set aside funding for the increased cost of the Crown as an employer, as John Key and Bill English did when they made similar changes in 2011?
Well, look, the member has made that claim about what Bill English and John Key did, and it is at odds with the advice that I have had from Treasury. So I am going to if you can just let me pause for a moment while I get to that advice, because it is something that I have been wanting to correct the member on for some time. So I want to be precise in the way in which I do that. Sorry, I've gone to the wrong document.
Is that information publicly available, or are you able to release it?
I'm going to make that information publicly available right now.
Great.
So the approach that we have taken, which is that no additional funding is being provided through Budget 25 to agencies to meet the cost of increasing employer contributions for government employees, because agencies in the first instance will be asked to assess what those costs are and then to look at options for meeting those costs within existing baselines. And then we will consider whether any future funding is required to be topped up at the next budget. The advice I've received from Treasury, which I read to you now, this approach is consistent with that taken when KiwiSaver contributions were increased from 2013 through Budget 2011. Agencies were expected to cover KiwiSaver costs from existing baselines.
There was, however, a specific fund that was also set up to address that initial cost, and then it was expected to meet from agency baselines in that 2011.
Well, I am repeating to you the Treasury advice I have received, which is that agencies were expected to cover KiwiSaver costs from existing baselines.
Okay, and I'd love to have the facts printed and happy to engage with the media on that later. I guess to that effect, you have seen those costs or the potential costs reflected in the specific fiscal risks in BFU. And also, if I'm to hear clearly what you're saying and to read between the lines of your answers, both on Radio New Zealand and in what you've just provided to us, effectively, the increased costs of the Crown are to be met by one of three ways. So please correct me if I'm wrong. One is in potential future cuts, because they are to be met by agency baselines. The other is an increased cost potentially in the budget next year, or thirdly, in potential wage suppression for public sector employees. Do you accept that? And if not, why?
I accept that the government has choices about how it meets any additional costs that arise because of increasing KiwiSaver contributions to the KiwiSaver funds of New Zealand government employees.
So to that effect, you do accept that it could come at the cost of future wage suppression, at future costs represented in the budget next year, or at other hidden costs or cuts rather to other to the agencies and ministries?
The government has made a deliberate policy choice, which is that we want to see New Zealanders given a ready means by which to increase their KiwiSaver balances in retirement. We think it would be wrong to exclude public sector employees from that policy. The government, as an employer, will have to make the same decisions and trade-offs that employers across the country country will be making as they work out how they're going to meet those increased contributions to New Zealanders' KiwiSaver funds. The consequence will be this. Overall, the vast majority of New Zealanders who choose to take part in KiwiSaver at the default rate will have far bigger KiwiSaver balances at retirement. 25% bigger, 28% bigger. Many KiwiSavers will also be able to make withdrawals when they go to buy their first home. And the overall pool of KiwiSaver savings able to be invested in the New Zealand economy will also grow over time. I think these are positive things, and I would welcome the members' support.
Okay, last up.
Respectfully, did you ask Treasury or officials to do any estimations or ballparking whatsoever as to what the potential increased cost could be to the Crown as an employer under the increase?
Yes, they have done some ballparking, and I can. I want to be careful before I confirm that number because I am not sure how sensitive it is in terms of wage negotiations and collective bargaining. So I would check that before I provide it ad hoc in this committee. But what I can say, it is vastly, vastly smaller than the number you've been bandying about.
Again, those are just based on our estimations because
they're wrong.
the publicly available.
Right, well, they're wrong. As is your estimation that you can add billions to debt and taxes without trashing an economy. That's also wrong.
I'm more than happy to debate.
Okay, right. Last question for the session. Thank you.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair. I mean,
okay, I'm trying to shorten it up. We've got a long list of people.
Okay, so I guess just on the ramifications for the broader economy and working people, however, on page 29 of BFU, Treasury outlined explicitly, and here I'm quoting, that the economic impact of changes to KiwiSaver, quote, we have assumed that employers will offset the majority, that is 80% of their higher contributions via lower than otherwise wage increases. These lower wage increases have a negative impact on household spending. That is, as a result of the KiwiSaver changes that you have made, there will be less household spending stimulating the economy.
Well, look, that was a feature of the analysis that Michael Cullen gave when he first introduced the policy. He acknowledged transparently and openly that these were trade-offs that would occur within employment negotiations, and that is the case. However, it would be wrong to consider the impacts of the KiwiSaver policy in isolation, because offsetting that policy, we also had in our budget investment boost and a number of other growth-enhancing initiatives, which on the margin will have positive impacts on both wage growth, household consumption, and GDP growth. And so it is appropriate, I think, to look at it as a whole rather than to isolate one particular policy.
Sorry, just to be crystal clear on that. Just be crystal clear on that. Actually, my understanding of the analysis from officials is that investment boost can contribute towards GDP growth, but can you point us specifically to where that says that we will have wage growth as a result as well?
Yes, that is specific, and it's in the documents we released on budget day. The effect on wage growth is expected to be 1.5% over a 20-year period, with at least half of that front-loaded into the first 5 years. In fact, in the regulatory impact statement, which is available to the member, the IRD make clear that they expect the beneficiaries of the investment boost policy to be New Zealand workers, both through increased employment opportunities and wage increases, that the benefits of the policy will be very broadly spread throughout the economy. The impact on wage growth, it is very easy to understand, which is when a business is more productive due to higher rates of capital intensity, it is better able to pay its workers more. That is a significant factor in those economies who do pay their workers more. They are more capital intensive, they are more productive, they have higher paid workers. That's exactly what we want to achieve and was a huge driver behind our introduction of the investment boost policy.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the member for North Coast.
Where does it say that in the report? I'm looking through the same report that by the way, Chloe's got open, which is the Budget, Economic and Fiscal Update for 2025. That claim there that the investment boost is going to, do a magical trickle-down thing. I'm trying to figure out where that is in the report.
It's probably doing the magical trickle-down as in not trickling.
Yeah, it's not trickling. It's not very much trickling happening either.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that KiwiSaver quote that Chloe made, that's in the report that I'm reading now. Under the economic impact of changes to KiwiSaver, we have assumed. Why assume? Okay, that employers will offset the majority, 80% of their highest contributions via lower than otherwise wage increases. These lower wage increases have a negative impact on household spending. Higher contributions from employees also have a negative impact on household spending. We have assumed, again, I don't know why they're assuming, that this effect will be relatively small, reflecting an assumption that around 80% of the increase in employee contributions will come from a redirection of other forms of savings. The reduced... So it doesn't. I correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't sound like the employers are going to do much of an offset, are they?
Yeah, it doesn't. No.
So there's an assumption here that the employer is going to offset the deduction that the government is doing. How? How? Is there a policy or something?
The last time they cut it out.
I mean, I'm not seeing a proposed policy or anything that's going to get employers to make up the shortfall.
Yeah.
I mean, if people that vote National are more than welcome to correct me and go, no, Laura, you're wrong.
Will they find their footage?
Yeah. It's like, no, Laura, you're wrong and you're very dumb. Here's the policy that states that we're going to do exactly that. But no one has come up yet to tell me that. So
Yeah.
Okay. I'm correct until proven dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes. Oh, well, I'm Nicky, no boats, no supplementaries, no answering the questions, no whatever, burnt out.
This is very tiring, and I completely understand why Chloe smashed her head into a desk.
Yeah, it's like she's not making things easy.
It is very frustrating trying to chase her around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a shame we don't have Dolores Umbridge's as truth, was it? No, not Dolores Umbridge. Professor Snape's truth potion.
Yeah, look, listen, you know, it's like Jason, it's like, yeah, you're correct, Laura. Look, I'm okay with being incorrect because I like learning new shit, okay? I like being accurate, but if there's no counter positions being put forward...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I do try to read up on the stuff. Like, at the moment, what I'm doing is live research. So I'm reading through the documents as Nikki is going over. As it's happening. And so I'm going to miss things. That's natural, right? But that's the information that's come up in the report, and I'm just going by that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's bring up the submissions that are coming up for oh, fuck.
Have you put in your submission against the regulatory standards bill yet?
Yes, I have done that today.
Very good. I did that last night.
Yes. I've written on the prep sheet of what to do, but I haven't loaded in the QR codes.
Oh, that's all right.
Make sure you put your submission in for the regulatory standards bill by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Please do the one weird trick. It will make David Seymour mad. Please be a submission.
Now there is a good set of so there is a group. There's a group out there who are happy to do so basically are happy to do pre-done submissions. So you can submit your yes, that is right, Kiwi. I do need sleep. I got 7 text messages this morning for redeliveries for the paper run.
Oh, god damn it.
What got worse was in case one of them was actually delivered to the place, and another, but it was amazing which ones were missing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, or like, you know, oh, it's amazing how this paper's disappeared.
Hey guys, chat. Sam will not go to sleep until he gets 5 more subscribers. So you need to subscribe if you want Sam to go to bed.
You know, if you make it free, it's enough. But 5 would be good because they'll give us a two subscriber buffer.
Yep.
So yes, if you've got access to a friend's YouTube account, please log in and sit there and you know, basically just hit subscribe secretly from us. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you want to get some merchandise? We need some election shirts.
I heard they're really good.
Please don't make myself, Laura, and Kiwi-Skip be the biggest purchaser of the products.
Yeah, please buy my shit. It's good.
You know, or buy the hoodie. You know, buy the hoodie.
There you go. Look at that. I designed that.
Yeah. Now, here's something I discovered yesterday, and it kind of came by accident. So, about this time, 5 years ago, so under the It's in the Ballot brand, so after the 2019 local bodies, my campaign manager, Mel, and I were talking about things about how to improve elections because we went through probably one of the most grueling election campaigns out there in Wellington, particularly against the regional council because of what happened with the buses. And one of the things that came out was the amount of people who sat there and said, hey, Sam, who do I vote for? I only know the regional council candidate being you. And it made me quite concerned because one of the things that was going out there was the fact that myself, along with about 25 other regional council candidates, we went to over 20 meet the candidates across Wellington City Council boundaries. You know, Johnsonville up in the north, right down to Miramar in the far east, out to Island Bay, up to Karori. You know, we saw how good meet the candidates meetings happened. We also saw how bad meet the candidates meetings happened.
Oh, yes.
On a, you know, Karori Residents Association, sorry, production line meet the candidates aren't great for information. So, you know, Mel and I were talking about how do we have something in there. Now, when I was saying to Mel, well, I'd love to have one of those shows that travelled around the country, similar to the TV show It's in the Bag. Now, put it this way, at this point, I had very little knowledge about the TV show It's in the Bag, other than the fact it was Selwyn Too Good and it travelled around the country, and Selwyn Too Good was in it forever. You know, and put it this way, I was born after Selwyn Too Good retired from it. So that was something in there. So we looked at it. I approached New Zealand Air to be asked about could it work, could it not. New Zealand on Air actually, you know, and this was February 2020, so we hadn't even really heard of COVID. They had concerns, like they said, some things that could be funded for, some things that couldn't be. They said the biggest concern was the fact I was looking at 20 grand to pull off, which was looking at doing about 20 to 30 electorates. And their biggest concern was it was too cheap.
Too cheap?
Yeah, that was the thing. Too cheap, so thinking safety corners could be cut, all sorts of things there, which my one would have been its minimal numbers. COVID hit. It got completely on the back burner. I know my business had a drastic change that happened. I mean, many of us weren't even sure what was going to happen afterwards. I mean, put it this way, my coffee cart went into hiatus as a result of that, which in that turn, it ended up sitting for a year in Wellington, not trading later on there. At that point, you know, put out the idea, went through the process, and it was about June. I had a conversation with Humphrey Hanley. Now, Humphrey Hanley stood for Wellington City Council in the Paikawakawa Southern Ward. He stood against Laurie Foon and Philae Fitzsimons and Thomas Morgan, ironically. And so Humphrey has EB, Humphrey with limited mobility and that, and it was like talking about ways to sit there and do it. So we decided to formally make It's in the Ballot happen on a small scale. So we did 9 electorates. Well, it was meant to be 10, but Wairarapa candidates were arseholes.
Oh, that happens.
Oh, yes, and one of them is now the local MP called Mike Butterick. Yeah. Put it this way, I don't rate you, Mike. My experience with you ain't up to the job. You can just respond. But besides the point. So we did a limited range of shows. It was myself and Eddie originally. And we did a trial run with the Newtown Residents Association just to trial out the gear, trial out the stuff there, the computer. Basically, my computer, which is sitting over there, that computer, completely shat itself.
Oh, I know the feeling.
It was overloaded.
Yep.
We managed to tweak things out, made things and made it work. Later on, asked if Stacey could come along to add an extra pair of hands to make it work. And that's how Stacey entered the mix. Now, Stacey has done things for me in the past, that sort of thing there. I mean, she had a key to my business. Well, she actually still has a key to my business. Not sure if it's on her keyring or Ray's keyring, but that's a different story. for quite some time if I needed someone to run my business if I was sick or I needed things like car warrant fitnesses, that sort of thing. So we did it. So we set up the Facebook page. We got the URL. It's in the ballot.nz. And we went through going to book venues, going through that, and learned a lot of things there. So we ran It's in the Ballot show on that computer there to sit there and do that. And so that was Eddie, Stacey, and myself. And we went to Palmerston North, Levin, Porirua. We did a shows, Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt. Was it 3 of them in Wellington? It was quite a good one. And it started there. 2022, we expanded it to a good chunk of local bodies. That's when Ray came on board. Ray worked with me at Wings Over Wairarapa as well as Stacey did. And so we set it was Eddie and all that joined in and made it happen. We obviously obviously afterwards we also had Eddie's boyfriend, but that was a completely different story, and he did not actually help make things run great. He actually was more of a handbrake on things than actually anything of progress, but then wanted to sit down there and claim progress when he actually when something good happened, but was nowhere to be seen when we needed help for things to happen. And that obviously is part of the reason why Eddie left, because I called his boyfriend out for his actions, and that actually did not go down particularly well. But besides the point, moved on. Great. Love the part you did with Eddie. Glad we've got where it's get. Shame we don't speak to each other now, but it's just what it is. Obviously, Stacey stayed on board. Ray stayed on board. We've managed to pull things off. I do know Stacey took Eddie's role. And we've managed to make it work. We did 2023 with the general election. If you probably noticed, Eric Chua, who has been panelisting earlier, funny enough, he managed to track me down on that sort of thing there. And we ended up doing it on the Ballot shows up in Auckland. And then later on, after local body elections 2022, we looked at the Order Paper podcast. By the time it finally got launched was 2024, because it just there were so many moving parts to make it work.
Yep. That's this show.
Yeah. And ironically, it's the TCC elections was a big wake-up call on subscribers. And that was something in there. And I will say, if it wasn't for Professor Collins' death, I wouldn't have discovered BHM. I originally saw it as fake news. That clearly wasn't the case. But it just didn't feel... to me, it didn't feel right, because you saw also people like Whangarei Tim and all that sort of thing out there at the time.
Yep.
So obviously we worked on it. We did TCC elections. That was a very big game changer for us, because we saw what happened. So one of the weird things is, in 2022, we had some councils that absolutely, the candidates embraced us. We had some who ran away from the hills, and we had some who tried to shut us down. We had some where candidates put stupid, poorly thought out rules on us in order to tell us off. Not, hey, come to us at the time it happens. It was come in the form of a telling off, you've done this wrong, but didn't tell us in advance. I'll tell you that. It's in the Ballot 2022 is what led to my working relationship with Tamitha Paul broke to bits. And it was over that Tamitha told me 3 months after the bank accounts were open, what she gave me a 2-choice ultimatum. And that 2-choice ultimatum was, I can put the funds into my own personal bank account, which is good, or it's bad if it goes into a multinational bank account overseas. It goes into a it goes into a 2-signature authority non-profits account with Stacey and I as signature authority. Better than her better option. But that was our funding point where it went downhill, because Tam just went quiet and just went no. And basically everything from there just went completely downhill. And that was despite the fact of being honest on that. So that was one where it went. But as we're saying, I got a reminder on Facebook yesterday.
Oh.
And
tea time.
Yeah. And Kiwi Skits just sent you a text message. Stop talking. Show's over. Not interested in your drama. It's making the point of where it's gone on there. It's it was weird when Facebook sent a reminder to say you've had the page set up for 5 years, post a celebratory post. And it was quite interesting. There was also the word 5 subscribers to make it to 500.
Ooh. And where are we at now?
And we're at 3 subscribers to go to get to 500. But I mean, at the time of when that came up was yesterday, which was yesterday morning. But it's amazing how
Guys,
5 years of the journey it's become.
If you want more juicy drama, subscribe now.
Yeah, so it is 5 years, and it's amazing how what was started as a voter initiation to get people more informed is what different parts have come out of there, and the amazing, brilliant working relationships that come out of it. There are some bad things that have happened in it. I mean, if I said everything was good, that would be a lie. But I am glad what has come out of it. But you know, and I'd say it's the last 12 months we've probably taken the biggest serious drive of trying to bring in traffic to it. And that's where the subscribers have come in. Once we hit 500, we have the option of partnership, which means the videos can have advertising, all that sort of stuff, which can start bringing in some more serious revenue than free. It's for Patreon members, which I've still not withdrawn the money from the Patreon account on, because that's kind of like a break ice when things really need to hit it. But I'm really glad of what the community it does actually bring up. If it wasn't BHN, I don't think I ever would have crossed paths with Laura.
True.
We're not in that. We're definitely not in circles we would have crossed paths with each other. I'm trying to say. But yeah, you've helped add more to the mix. The bits that Stacey has done to, from there, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? From Jeff. I will be honest with you, Jeff. After the 2026 general election, I would love to consider to see if we could expand into Australia. I would love to do that. Now, here's something here. It's funny enough. It's not being used to leave the country. It's a funny thing. The reason why I have a passport is because of what happened when I went to get my truck driver's license. I didn't do it, but I do have my passport. And funny enough, Stacey also now has a passport. I was her ID referee. Put it this way, this opened the It's in the Ballot's bank accounts and got both Stacey and Ray passports, but I've still not left the country. But I would love to see if we could take this into Australia. That would be one place I'd love to actually go into, because they do have more elections than we do. Like, we effectively have 2 election cycles every 3 years and the odd by-election. But in Australia, they have elections. There's elections somewhere happening in Australia probably for about 9 months of the year. I mean, in Tasmania, they're about to have a snap election because of the no confidence in the House. I mean, the first city I'd love to start off with is Canberra. And the reason why I'd say with Canberra is because the fact it's got 5 equivalent of electorates, and it will be and it's 5 people from each electorate. And I've also have met, thanks to Greg O'Connor, Chief Minister Andrew Barr. So I've actually met the equivalent of the Premier/Mayor of Canberra. I don't know which role you want to call it, because it's a weird one, the Chief Minister of Canberra, because it's basically like a unitary state government. But that is one place I'd love to take the brand. I mean, part of me would sit there and say, the United States needs it. I don't want it over there because of their 2-party system.
If I step foot off the plane in the US, I would be detained by ICE.
Oh, so I believe I would as well. I believe I would be as well. yeah, I just don't see it being, it's just too risky. But that is something I would love to see Australia. I really would love to see Australia, and I'd love to figure out how to pull in a 6-week period 150 electorates. So they've got 150 electorates in Australia. So that is double the number of what we have in New Zealand. And I'd love to figure out how to pull that off in a 6-week period, in a 4-week period of literally, and it will be that over there. It would have to be multiple crews. The great thing in Australia is they have 4 different time zones, so you can have a 7 p.m. show in multiple while in the same time of the days. Now, I mean, you have different parts over there. That's something I'd love to see happen. I would love to at least get it to the point here in New Zealand where it can be fully self-funded.
Yeah.
And I thought this election, local bodies there would have been councils that would have been on help on board, considering we've had an unsolicited endorsement from Nick Smith. We've never dealt with Nick Smith. I've never talked to Nick Smith. We've never ever crossed paths. But both Ray Chung and Laurie Foon have sat down there and they said to me they were in a meeting with Nick Smith, and it was talking about voter engagement, and our platform came up there.
Oh, nice.
It was really weird that it came out there because Ray Chung sends me a text message and goes, I'm in a meeting with Nick Smith, and it's just been mentioned that it's in the ballot. Do you know Nick Smith? And I go, never dealt with him ever before. It was really good.
Well, shout out to Nick Smith if you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's the wrong one there. It was meant to be that one there. 3 times in Australia. Yes, Jason, except in summer. Actually, it's technically 5. Because both Queensland and Northern Territory don't do daylight savings.
Well, my ambitions are a little bit smaller. I would, in 5 years' time, I'd like to see us actually do some shows in the South Island.
Yeah, well, 2026, I actually see that happening. I do see that happening in 2026. And it will be subject to when the Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, calls the election and how much advance warning we get. The planning for 2025 started in October last year. And, I mean, it was minor planning. It was mainly me. It was Stacey going over little things. But, yeah, going through that. I do see it's in the ballot being in the South Island in 2026. It was a goal for 2023. We had 3 different plans. One of them included the South Island.
Ow! Why are you biting me?
It was just the one. It was just we went with the middle one, which was the middle plan, which ironically didn't include Auckland, but then we ended up with Auckland. However, it was really weird electorates because they wouldn't have been electorates I would have chosen. But, you know, that's what Dr. Eric wanted. So, yeah, it's definitely there. But 5 years, it's quite amazing that it's like the only thing that I've stuck at longer than it's in the ballot would be my business.
The coffee cart, yep.
Yep. But that's the only thing I've stuck at longer is my business. It's really weird that.
Well, here's to 5 more years. Anyway, I've got a cat that keeps biting me, so he obviously wants something. So I think we should probably wrap it up here.
Yeah, wrap it up. Yeah. Oh, and yes, we've got to have that post-show chat because I've got something I want to tell you, but I'm not going to say it on here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So for those who are watching, no scrutiny this week. Back to normal. So we'll see what footage we sit there and come up to fill in with. But we might have to stretch the footage out for 3 weeks because this coming Friday is the start of school holidays.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll see you guys all back here probably at 8 p.m. next Sunday, not 6. We're not going to be covering Scrutiny Week coverage. And we might end up doing another week's worth of shows back in the first week of December.
Yep.
And everyone, have a good evening.
Thank you for watching the Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/It's in the Ballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in the Ballot production.